Chapter 735. The bugles sounded. Baal Hamon bless. The soldiers chanted the name of the guardian of Carthage. The elite Carthage army, known as the Hammer of Baal, crossed the Pletala River in a dense formation and aggressively charged towards the Greeks on the other side of the river. What did you say? The Holy Knights are already fighting the Greeks? Mont Ardno was shocked. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "This Malefio doesn't listen to my orders. I told him not to engage the Greeks in battle at this time of the year." "My lord, this battle was initiated by the Greeks. At that time, General Malefio was still in your tent discussing matters. By the time he arrived at the Pletala River, the battle had already escalated," the messenger explained. "I don't care what the situation is like now. Go and tell him to withdraw his troops immediately." Mont Ardno said sternly. "I can't convince him." The reason why the messenger dared to speak to the commander of the Carthage army in such a manner was because he was Malefio's cousin and was also born in a noble family of Carthage. In a fit of anger, Mont Ardno decided to personally call back Malefio. But before he left, he cautiously sent someone to inform the other generals to gather the soldiers back to the camp and await further orders. On the way down the Pletala River, Mont Ardno heard the deafening battle cries. When he arrived at his destination, he stood on the west bank and looked east. The Holy Knights had already rushed past the east bank and were advancing forward at a faster speed. After all, when the Greeks discovered the intention of the Carthage army to attack, they hurriedly gathered their soldiers and organized an army in an attempt to stop the attack of the Carthage army. However, they lacked a unified command, and the soldiers came from different cities, so they lacked tacit understanding and tacit cooperation. In addition, they were outnumbered by the Holy Knights, so under the fierce attack of the Holy Knights, they were gradually losing ground. Just as Mont Ardno was hesitating whether he should recall the Holy Knights under such an advantageous situation, the battlefield in front of him suddenly became even noisier. The Greeks were routed. They fled to the east in a panic. Then, an even louder voice rang out behind them, "Follow us and flee this way! Follow us and run this way!" The Holy Knights began to take large strides in pursuit. The right-wing cavalry that had been hiding behind the phalanx rushed out at this moment, using their long lances to stab the fleeing soldiers. The tall Iberian war horse used its 4 powerful hooves to trample the fallen Greek. Looking at the pursuing Holy Knights in front of him, Monadino no longer hesitated. He immediately sent a messenger to inform the Phoenician troops, Limebian troops, and Limebian cavalrymen who were on standby in the camp to rush here at top speed. They were to cooperate with the Holy Knights and completely defeat the Dionia coalition on the other side of the river. Where were the soldiers of Dionia at this critical moment? It all started when the Dionia coalition army built a camp next to Minoa city. The east bank of the lower Pletala River was not as flat as the west bank. Instead, it was undulating hills. The Dionian coalition army chose to build their camp on the north side of Minoa city. There were 3 relatively large hills here, all of which were more than 100 meters above sea level. Moreover, each of them was about a mile apart, facing the river bank in an inverted triangle. Considering that the number of Carthaginian troops far exceeded the allied forces, in order to be able to defend against the enemy's attack, Leotyzides and the allied generals discussed and decided to build the military camp on these 3 hills. Since the Dionia soldiers were the most numerous and the most powerful, their camp was set on the largest hill in the middle. The northern hill was garrisoned by the soldiers of Agrigento and Economes, while the southern hill was garrisoned by the soldiers of Gela, Camillina, and Paxinus. At the foot of the northern hill where the Dionysian army was stationed, there was a relatively large, nearly rectangular lake called Lake Gorgo. When the allied soldiers ran to the Pletala River in search of cool air, the Dionia soldiers certainly had the same need. For safety's sake, Leotychides let the soldiers cool off at Lake Gorgo, which was closer to the camp. Leotychides was not Monte Ardino. Although he was in charge of the camp, his mountain scouts and cavalry were always monitoring the surrounding area and reporting any unusual movements to him. When Agrigento's soldiers clashed with Carthage's men at the Pletala River, he quickly received the news. He keenly felt that something was wrong and immediately sent messengers to the foot of the mountain to order the Daionia soldiers to quickly return to the camp. At the same time, he also sent messengers to other camps to order the Allied generals to immediately withdraw their soldiers on the river bank, especially the Agrigento soldiers. But the situation developed very quickly. After the soldiers of the Daionia coalition army, who originally lacked discipline, became really angry, how could the Allied generals, who originally had no authority, restrain them? The expansion of the conflict and the appearance of Carthage's heavily armed soldiers meant that it had turned into a battle. When Leotychides heard from the cavalry that Carthage's holy army has been fully mobilized and is rushing to the river bank, he was very anxious. He ordered the troops to get ready and go to the rescue, while staring at the map of the camp that had just been drawn and thinking about the battle plan for the rescue. At this time, the adjutant next to him said, "Commander, we actually don't need to rescue them at all. If they are defeated, they can directly escape into the camp. After all, the camp is only 2 miles away from them." Leotychides shook his head and said, "Carthage's men will chase after them. If that happens, they may even lose their camp." The adjutant thought for a moment and said, "Then don't let them escape into the camp. Lead them to escape from here," he said as he pointed at the map a few times. Leotychides looked at the place that the adjutant had drawn. It was the lowland between the southern and northern camps. The 3 camps of the Daionia coalition army were arranged in an inverted triangle. The southern and northern camps were closer to the river bank, while the middle camp was closer to the east. The lowland between the 3 camps was about 2 miles long, which happened to face the river bank where the conflict occurred. If the coalition army turned around and fled, they could quickly pass through the lowland and then go around the hill where the Daionia coalition army was located. If they ran into the mountains, Carthage's men would probably not dare to chase after them. It was only a distance of 3 to 4 miles, but most of the defeated soldiers would instinctively escape to their own camps. That was why the adjutant said that they needed to be guided. However, the adjutant's words flashed in Leotychides's mind like a ray of light. He suddenly crouched down and stared at the arrangement of the 3 camps and the section of the river in front of them. At the same time, he asked, "How many people does Carthage's holy army have?" "According to the intelligence, about 10,000. "Has the entire army been mobilized?" "That's what the scouts said." "How many coalition soldiers are fighting with Carthage's men on the river?" "The situation there is too chaotic. The scouts can't give a detailed number, but they estimate that there are at least 2,000, and the number is still increasing." Leotychides pondered for a moment, then slammed his hand on the map and shouted, "Order!" The 6 heavy infantry battalions of the 8th Legion, as well as the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Heavy Infantry Battalions of the reserves, immediately go to the foot of the hill in front of the camp and form a formation facing the river bank. Let the 8th Battalion, the Light Infantry Battalion, rush to the river bank and disperse to the back of the coalition army's formation. Once they are defeated, immediately lead them to the direction of our main force. Let the 5th Heavy Infantry Battalion of the reserves rush to the northern camp and help them defend against the enemy's attack. This is because the northern camp is guarded by the soldiers of Agrigento and Ecnomus, and more than half of the soldiers fighting on the river bank are Agrigento. That's why Leotychides is worried that the northern camp does not have enough soldiers to defend it. Let the 7th Battalion, the Light Infantry Battalion, go to the northern camp as well. The light infantry of the reserves should all go to the southern camp and face the low ground. When you see the enemy, don't attack first. Let them pass. When the heavy infantry start fighting, then attack their flanks and rear. Also, send someone to inform the generals of the two camps that the Dionysian army is preparing to fight with Carthage's men. Tell them to defend their camps no matter what. The aide who had undergone strict training in the general staff picked up the wooden board that had just been recorded and quickly and accurately repeated Leotychides' order. He then asked curiously, "Commander, are you planning to lure the holy knights of Carthage deep into our camp, and then wait for them to completely defeat them?" Leotychides nodded slightly. "Go inform them immediately." When the adjutant was about to leave excitedly, Leotychides suddenly thought of something and called out to him, "Wait a minute, one more thing. Immediately send someone to inform the Cycles in the mountains. Tell them to harass the rear of Carthage's army after the battle to reduce the pressure on our defenses." "Yes. Right, what's your name?" Leotychides suddenly asked. Ever since Leotychides' original aide, Stephos, left, there had been more than 10 aides in the 8th Legion over the past 2 years. On one hand, the aides felt that Leotychides' temperament was strange and difficult to get along with, so they took the initiative to transfer him. On the other hand, Leotychides was strict and always felt that the younger ones were not capable enough. That was why the aides were constantly changing. Before preparing for this war, he specifically requested from the Ministry of Military Affairs, due to the scale and difficulty of this war, he hoped that they could send a capable adjutant. Chapter 736. But this adjutant had been here for almost 2 months, and he had spent so much time with him that he couldn't even remember his name. Fortunately, the adjutant had a better understanding of Leotychides' character through this period of interaction. He didn't mind it and replied seriously, "Sir, my name is Mucolo. You're from the Brudi?" Leotychides asked, looking at his appearance that was different from that of a Greek. "Yes, I'm from the Brudi Cosenza." Leotychides nodded and waved his hand. "Go and pass the order." "Yes." The adjutant hurriedly turned and left the tent, but there was a smile on his face. Based on his understanding of this commander, he knew that he was recognized by his colleagues in the Ministry of Military Affairs as the strictest legion commander. In fact, the adjutant Mucolo's identity was not simple. When he was 18, he had followed Hieronymus to participate in the great battle of Crotone and was injured. After the battle, he was even consoled by the king of Devers. Later, he officially joined the 5th Legion and participated in all the kingdom's wars for more than 10 years. He made many contributions and was about to be promoted to a captain, but he requested to further his studies in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs. For the senior officers of Dionia, it was rare for them to take the initiative to further their studies. Therefore, even though he was already over 30 years old, Felicius made an exception and transferred him to the staff office. After Mucolo was transferred to the staff office, he won the praise of his colleagues for his consistent diligence. This time, due to the importance of this war, Felicius reluctantly sent this capable and reliable right-hand man. Now, it seemed that he had finally satisfied the requirements of the hard-to-please Leotychides. This time, Leotychides led 15,000 soldiers, including 8,000 official soldiers of the 8th Legion, 5,000 reserve heavy infantry, nearly 1,000 reserve light infantry, and 1,000 cavalry from the 4th Cavalry Legion. The 4th Cavalry Legion had always been vacant due to the population of the Sicilian territory and the lack of war horse. When the soldiers of the 8th Division heard that there was going to be a war, they were all very excited. 2 years ago, the soldiers had been rewarded handsomely for their victory over the Sykir tribe. They had always desired to make new contributions, and now their chance had come. On the other hand, the soldiers of the reserve forces were looking forward to performing well in the upcoming battle, adding a strong stroke to their military resumes so that they could smoothly become official soldiers. Under the leadership of the team officers, the soldiers ran to the foot of the mountain in an orderly manner and began to form a chessboard formation. Just as they finished setting up the formation, the soldiers heard a loud noise coming from the front. The disorderly and thunderous footsteps grew louder. Very soon, they saw the black mass of defeated soldiers in front of them pouring down like a mountain torrent in a storm. They roared and surged towards them. Some of the Dionia recruits gulped nervously. "Order all squads to get into formation." 2 years ago, Diacasus was still the inspector of Naxos, but now he was the captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade of the 8th Legion. He calmly gave the order. The other team officers also gave similar orders. This time, the Dionia's shield formation was different from the past. Not only did the soldiers erect their shields at the front, back, left, and right periphery of the small square formation, but their spears were also placed horizontally at the front, back, left, and right, like a hedgehog with its spikes erected. At the same time, the soldiers continued to shout, "Go through the gaps! Go through the gaps!" In order to facilitate the retreat of the defeated soldiers, the distance between the small square formations of the 8th Division was much wider than during the training. If one was not an idiot, he or she would not take the initiative to charge at the densely packed spears. Moreover, there was a voice to remind the defeated soldiers, and the light armored soldiers at the front were guiding them. The defeated soldiers naturally split into thin streams in front of the Dionia formation and ran through the gaps between the small square formations to the rear. Of course, there were some defeated soldiers who ran into the shield wall due to the chaos and were stabbed by the spears. They screamed in pain, but the Dionia soldiers did not withdraw their spears to rescue the wounded soldiers. They stood their ground and did not move. The screams of their comrades would also warn the others to stop in front of the shield formation and not to run into them. "Chase them. Don't let them escape." Melifio, who was riding on his horse, followed the holy knights and rushed forward. He shouted excitedly, not caring whether the soldiers around him could hear him or not. Sitting high up on his horse, he could see that the soldiers of the Holy Regiment were indeed well trained. Even in the pursuit of victory, they were still able to maintain a relatively complete formation, like a red tide pushing forward. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that most of the enemy had directly fled backwards when they were routed and did not scatter in all directions. Whether it was Mont Adano or Melifio, they only knew that the Dionia allied army had built a camp on the hill on the east bank of the Pletala River, but what was the specific layout? What kind of terrain was this? They were not very clear about it. On the one hand, it was because they did not have the strong consciousness to actively obtain information about the surroundings of the battlefield and the enemy. On the other hand, Leotychides had the initiative to protect the military secrets of his army from being leaked under the influence of the military law of Dionia. Therefore, when he built the camp, he sent out all the scouts and mountain scouts, and even some of the light armored soldiers to patrol around the camp to drive away the scouts of Carthage and conceal the information about the area around the camp. Therefore, when Melifio was in the middle of the battlefield, chasing after the enemy, he was not very clear that there was a hill a mile to his left and right, with the enemy's camp on top of it. What he did not know even more was that there was an even bigger hill 3 miles ahead, blocking their way forward. The real enemy of Carthage, the army of Dionia, was stationed on this hill. Now, these 3 hills were like giant crabs with their claws open, waiting for the routed soldiers to lead the ignorant Carthage soldiers into their hungry mouths. The company led by Diacasus was divided into 4 small phalanxes, with 2 at the front and 2 at the back. Diacasus stood in the middle of the phalanx at the back, focusing on the situation of the routed soldiers through the gaps between the phalanxes in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Through the gaps between the allied soldiers who had thrown away their armor, he saw the Carthaginians in gorgeous armor. According to the usual tactical principles of the Legion of Dionysia, the small phalanxes at the back should quickly move forward and fill in the gaps in the front, forming a complete and dense phalanx. However, by doing so, the routed soldiers at the back would be intercepted in front of the rapidly forming phalanx of the Dionysian army, sandwiched between the armies of Dionia and Carthage, becoming the victims of the confrontation between the two armies. However, the small phalanxes of the 8th Legion did not move. The soldiers stuck their long shields closer to their bodies and held their spears tighter. However, they still stood in the same place and did not move. This was not because they had to care about the pitiful soldiers of the 8th Legion, but because this was the strategy of their commander, Leotychides. Some of the pursuing Holy Legion soldiers saw the dense phalanxes in front of them and stopped in their tracks in shock. However, their comrades behind them pushed them forward involuntarily. Hence, they could only use their shields to protect themselves and thrust their spears at the enemies that appeared. Some of the Holy Legion soldiers followed the routed soldiers into the gaps between the phalanxes. However, they were blocked by the next phalanx. Some of the Holy Legion soldiers blindly followed the routed soldiers into the gaps between the phalanxes. There are enemies in front. It's the soldiers of Dionia. The panicked shouts of the Dionia soldiers reached Malifio's ears. He had a clearer view of the situation as he rode on his horse. The soldiers of Dionia, clad in black armor, had gathered into small phalanxes. Under the assault of the routed soldiers and the Holy Legion soldiers, the phalanxes were like small islands in the middle of a raging torrent. Even though he knew that he had lost control of the Holy Legion, Malifio still waved his spear and shouted, "Warriors of Carthage, charge! Crush the soldiers of Dionia!" However, in the eyes of Leotychides, who was halfway up the mountain and looking down at the battlefield, the chessboard formation of the 8th Legion had divided the soldiers of Carthage into countless thin streams. Without organization and command, the soldiers of Carthage, who could not form a cohesive force, could not shake the solid phalanxes of the Dionia. "Gather the reserves," Leotychides ordered. His adjutant, Mukalu, hesitated for a moment. "Should we wait? After the soldiers of the Alliance have escaped," Leotychides' gaze was cold. "The current situation is that the soldiers of the Alliance have escaped, and some of the soldiers of Carthage will run to the back of the formation. It will cause unnecessary trouble for our soldiers. I have already given them a chance. If they want to blame something, they can only blame themselves for not running fast enough." "Yes." Mukalu said no more and immediately accepted the order. "Also, inform the generals of the Alliance to hurry up and gather the routed soldiers. Quickly lead them back to their camps to defend against the enemy's upcoming attack." "Woo!" A loud bugle sounded from the middle of the mountain. The officers of the reserves, who had been repeatedly instructed by their commander, began to command the small phalanxes at the back of the formation. The phalanxes slowly moved forward and inwards. The torrent formed by the defeated soldiers and the pursuing soldiers turned through many gaps and flowed to the rear. By then, the impact on the small phalanx formation had already weakened. With bayonets opening the way and long shields defending, along with the screams of the enemy and friendly soldiers, the reserve soldiers at the rear of the formation, relying on the dense formation of 50 people, smoothly entered the gap in the front without much hindrance. Together with the small phalanx formation in the front, they formed a dam that was only 4 rows thick but about 2 miles long, completely cutting off the torrent. Literary Hall. Chapter 737. It was a relatively easy task for the reserve soldiers who were intercepting the enemy's advance. Although they had to injure some Allied soldiers by mistake and were cursed by the enemy, few of them were injured or killed. But for the various units of the 8th Legion at the forefront, they were in a relatively difficult situation. Because once the torrent was intercepted, Carthage's men would stop in between the gaps of the phalanx. When they realized that the situation was not good, they would attack the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The units of the 8th Legion at the forefront would naturally be attacked from all directions. The legionnaires had to hide behind their shields, shoulder to shoulder and back to back. The tight formation became even tighter due to the pressure from all directions, making it harder for them to be overwhelmed. But the narrow space made it difficult for them to swing their spears. So the soldiers in the 2 outermost rows of the phalanx had thrown away their long weapons and pulled out their short swords. In such a narrow and crowded space, they had the advantage of killing the enemy. The platoon leader in the center of the phalanx kept shouting, "Brothers, hold on! Hold on! Our counterattack is about to begin." Yes, while the phalanxes of the Dionysia were attacked from all directions, the Holy Legion soldiers in the gaps were also attacked from all directions. But compared to the 8th Legion, who had a premeditated and well-prepared defense, and the unique division system of the Dionysia military system, the Holy Legion was able to command each and every one of its soldiers. The Carthage's Sacred Legion had been implementing tactics similar to the traditional Greek phalanx. Since the beginning of the pursuit, their formation had been completely scattered. The Holy Legion soldiers who had lost their organization were like a plate of loose sand. Although they felt that something was wrong and launched a fierce attack on the 8th Legion, their attacks were disorderly and could not deal effective damage to the unified Dionysia unit. On the contrary, they could not form effective coordination. After blocking the attacks from the opponents in front, they could not defend against the stabbing swords and spears from the sides and back. Their casualty rate was far higher than that of the 8th Legion. To make matters worse, the second phase of Leotychides's plan had already begun. The bugle sounded again. The various units of the 8th Legion of Dionia began to advance and converge inwards, while the reserve troops at the rear slowly pressed forward. The entire Dionia formation was like a wet cloth, squeezing out the moisture contained in the cloth. However, it was difficult for the Holy Knights who were squeezed into the gaps of the Dionia formation, because there were more Holy Knights outside. While they fought against the Dionia soldiers, they also blocked the retreat of their comrades who were trapped in the formation. But with the current situation, it was almost impossible. First of all, they had not yet been attacked fiercely by the Dionysian army. The phalanxes of Dionia, which were at the forefront of contact with the enemy, were still in a defensive position. Secondly, they lacked a unified command, and could not retreat of their own accord. Therefore, if the 8th Legion wanted to transform from a checkerboard formation to a complete phalanx, it meant that the Carthage Holy Knights in the formation had to be eliminated. Since then, the bugle was like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper, and the battle in the lowlands had suddenly entered a white-hot state of either you die, or I live. Monadino, who had always liked to command from behind the scenes, rode across the Platani River and slowly followed behind the pursuing Holy Knights. After all, the identity and status of the Holy Knights among the Carthage people was different from that of the ordinary Carthage army. It was something that the Phoenician army, mercenary army, and Namibian army could not compare to, so he must pay more attention to it. Not long after, the scout he sent out to investigate the situation returned from the front. "My lord, the Holy Knights have been intercepted by the Dionysian army." The Dionysian army? Monadino was surprised. He had thought that there were many Dionia soldiers among the retreating enemy. It's impossible for the Dionia to organize reinforcements so quickly. And aren't they afraid that their formation will be broken by the retreating enemy? Yes, my lord, it is indeed the Dionysian army. They are dressed in full black armor and arranged in small phalanxes. Monadino had not studied the Dionysian army in detail before. After listening to the description of the scout, he was even more puzzled. Did the Dionia fail to form a phalanx in a hurry? Or did they deliberately do so to make it easier for the retreating enemy to escape? But as the scouts reported back, the doubts in his heart began to turn into uneasiness. After all, the Dionia were able to form a similar formation over an area of more than 2 miles wide, completely blocking the entire lowlands. This was obviously not something that could be done in a hurry. Were the Dionia not afraid that their strange and loose formation would be broken by the Holy Knights? But when he thought about it, he understood something. After all, the information brought back by the scouts gave him a quick understanding of the terrain here. The Holy Knights were deep in the lowlands, with hills on both sides, and the barracks of the Dionia coalition army on top. The Greeks could come down from the hills and attack the rear of the Holy Knights. At the thought of this, Monadino became nervous. He turned around and looked behind him. There were only 3,000 Namibian cavalrymen who had just arrived. He immediately asked his adjutant, "Where are the other troops?" "My lord, they are on their way." "Tell them to hurry up." Monadino snapped. "Yes, my lord." "Wait. Immediately inform the Namibian troops not to come here. Go straight across the river and attack the Dionia barracks." Monadino pointed to the hill in the distance on his right and said firmly. He then pointed to the slightly smaller hill in the distance on his left. "Let Riguka lead the militia to attack the enemy camp." The reason Monadino made such a choice was that the coalition camp in the south was very close to Minoa City. In fact, they were at the north and south ends of the same hill. It would be more difficult to attack it because they also had to guard against a surprise attack from the army in Minoa City. So, he handed this difficult task to the Namibians. According to the intelligence they just received, the area of the hill to the north was much smaller. Correspondingly, the barracks on it were also smaller, and the number of Greek soldiers stationed there were definitely not that many. Therefore, Monadino handed over this relatively easy target to his own people. The adjutant rode away with the messenger. Monadino divided the Namibian cavalrymen into two parts, positioned on both sides of the entrance to the lowlands and spread out their formation. Once they found the enemy coming down from the hill, they would rush up and attack them with javelins and rams, delaying their attack on the Holy Knights and buying time for the arrival of reinforcements. After making these arrangements, Monadino was still a little worried. After a while, the adjutant rushed back to report, "The Namibian troops have begun to attack the enemy camp." After a while, the 12,000 soldiers of the militia of the Duke of Carthage ran behind him, and the enemy camps on both sides did not show any obvious signs of an attack. Only the enemy's light infantry were throwing arrows and javelins down the hill. While he was relieved, he also sternly ordered all troops to speed up the attack on the enemy barracks and dispel any attempt by the enemy to besiege the Holy Knight. All the deployments were already in progress. Monadino quietly waited for the Sacred Legion to defeat the Dionysian army in front of them. But for such a long time, the Holy Knights in front had been stagnant in place and did not move a step forward on the battlefield, which was about 2 miles long and dozens of meters thick. Neither the Holy Knights of Carthage nor the Legion of Dionysia had encountered such a battle before. It was like a kind of stuffed bread in Kristoya's restaurant. The front and back were still clear, but the two sides in the middle were intertwined and completely mixed together. But the Dionia soldiers were deliberately doing so, and the Holy Knights were forced to do so. Amidst the sound of the bugle, as the Dionia formation continued to move forward and inward, the space between the soldiers on both sides was further compressed, so much so that even turning around and waving their arms became a little difficult. Spears and spears could not be used anymore, so the Holy Knights had to draw their swords. Some of them felt that their swords were too long, so they simply swung their fists. With only 2 shields between them and such a close distance, the Holy Knights even headbutted their opponents and tore their enemies apart with their bare hands. They glared and bared their fangs and roared. The arrogance and elegance of the nobles had long disappeared. The only reason they behaved so valiantly was because they were fighting for survival in a hopeless situation. At this time, the small phalanx of Dionia could not maintain its integrity. The desperate fighting of the Holy Knights had caused many cracks to appear in the formation. But the structure of the phalanx was still there, and its core organization was still there. The soldiers were still able to unite, cooperate with each other, and continue to carry out the plan. The soldiers of the 8th Legion hid their entire bodies behind their shields, almost not using their eyes to observe their opponents. The short swords in their right hands kept stabbing forward, but almost every stab did not miss. If the short swords hit a hard object and could not move an inch, then it must have hit the opponent's round shield. If the short swords hit an obstacle, the opponent would let out a muffled grunt and thrust forward, then it must have hit the chest armor. If the short swords hit a slight obstacle, but could continue to thrust forward smoothly, and the opponent would let out a cry of agony, then it must have hit an unguarded part of the body such as the arm or thigh. When the opponent fell to the ground, the soldiers of the 8th Legion carefully squeezed forward. At the same time, they had to prevent themselves from being tripped by the enemy on the ground. Otherwise, if their comrades could not pull them up in time, they would be repeatedly trampled by the crowd and die tragically. That was the most terrifying thing in this chaotic battle. Although it was difficult for the 8th Legion to regroup, they were still pushing forward slowly. Chapter 738. During the construction of the camp, Leotychides had requested that the camp of his allies be built in the same style as Dionia's camp. This made it much more difficult for the Carthage army to attack, especially the Namibian army. When they attacked Minoa city previously, they had suffered many losses and suffered many casualties. Their morale was low and their movements were cautious. Therefore, even though they had the advantage in numbers, they did not put much pressure on the southern camp. However, the situation was not optimistic for the northern camp. The hill was not large, and the terrain was rather short. Therefore, the area of the camp was smaller, making it easier to attack. The 12,000 soldiers that Carthage was in charge of attacking the northern camp were mainly made up of Carthage civilians. A small portion of them were citizens of the neighboring Phoenician states, such as Utica. Compared to the Namibians, this army was much more enthusiastic and well-equipped. Most of them were heavy infantry. At this time, the main defensive force of the northern camp, the Agrigento, was not in the camp. They did not have enough troops to send out to attack the Carthage army, who were doing their best to dismantle the traps. They could only ask the Dionia light infantry, who were sent to the hill to attack the Holy Knights, to retreat to the camp to assist in the battle. However, the arrows and javelins they threw were not enough to cover the Carthage army that surrounded the camp. Just as the Carthaginian army was about to reach the trench, a few thousand Sikher warriors suddenly rushed out from the northern mountains and threw a large number of javelins at the rear guard of the Carthaginian army. Although the Carthaginians had anticipated the appearance of the Sikhers and made some preparations, they didn't expect that there would be so many Sikhers that came to harass them. As a result, they were caught unprepared. What did you say? 4,000 or 5,000 Sikhir appeared in the north. Monadino was shocked. Yes, my lord. The attack of the Sikhir caused many casualties to Lord Raguka's army, making it impossible for them to attack the Dionia camp, the scout reported. Damn barbarian! Monadino cursed. After thinking for a moment, he turned to his adjutant and said, "Inform the Namibian cavalry that has nothing better to do to hurry to the north and attack the Sikher army. Chase them back into the mountains so that Raguka can attack the enemy camp with all his might. Also, I want you to personally go to the south and bring 6,000 Namibians here." The adjutant left after receiving the order. Soon, 3,000 Namibian cavalrymen kicked up a cloud of dust as they galloped north. Monadino, on the other hand, was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He frowned and stared straight ahead. Although the scouts were unable to penetrate deep into the formation and could not understand the true situation, they could tell from the deafening battle cries and the incessant screams that the battle was quite intense. Up until now, the battle had already lasted for more than half an hour, but the Holy Knights were still unable to advance an inch. This made Monadino very uneasy. He wished that he could replace the Sacred Legion with the Namibian troops, but that was impossible. Therefore, he could only mobilize the Namibians to strengthen the Holy Legion's formation and provide them with more strength and support. As the small phalanxes of the 8th Legion of Dionia gradually approached each other, the speed at which the Holy Knights were slaughtering each other increased. This was because the Holy Knights were facing enemies from all directions. The formation of the 8th Legion finally closed up, and the sounds of battle gradually faded away. Even the screams were silenced as the Holy Knights fell to the ground and were trampled by countless feet. Although the 4 divisions under Diocletius' command had finally merged into one, he did not feel relaxed. This was because each division had lost some soldiers, especially the two divisions at the front. Moreover, the soldiers who fell in such a fierce melee battle were either seriously injured or dead when the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle. Very few of them could recover. How could he be happy? But now was not the time to be sad. There were still enemies fighting in front of them. At the beginning of the battle, the attack of the Carthage people at the front was a little messy due to the lack of effective command. Now it was even more chaotic. This was because many of the holy knights who were pushed out did not want to fight anymore and only wanted to escape. Although they had performed very bravely in the battle, it was for the sake of survival. As the children of the Carthage aristocrats, although they had undergone strict training and had strong bodies, they had never experienced such a fierce battle. Seeing their comrades falling to the ground one by one and being trampled into meat paste, this tragic scene frightened them, making them want to escape from this hell-like place. Therefore, they pushed and shoved the holy knights who blocked their way, and even clashed with them. Brothers, attack! Attack! Completely destroy the Carthage people! Diocasus shouted loudly, encouraging the soldiers to continue fighting. The shouts of the team officers rose and fell. Leotychides, who had been closely observing the battle from the mountainside, would not let go of such a good opportunity. Woo! The sonorous sound of a bugle rang through the battlefield. When the reserve troops heard the bugle, they immediately took large strides forward. The entire formation behind them stuck to the formation of the 8th Legion in front of them. The two forces merged into one. The powerful forward force of tens of thousands of people was not something that the Holy Knights, who had lost nearly half of their men and whose formation was extremely chaotic, could resist. They retreated continuously and finally collapsed. Melifio, who was originally at the rear of the Holy Knights, was still riding back and forth tirelessly when his army was obstructed by the Dionysian army. He found familiar team officers among the disorderly soldiers and encouraged them to reorganize the soldiers. After a long period of hard work, it seemed that the Holy Knights had regained some order in the midst of battle. However, it suddenly became even more chaotic and soon, the Holy Knights were routed. Melifio was muddle-headed as he was dragged along by the retreating soldiers. His mind was blank as he fled. He could not understand how such an elite Holy Knight army could be so inexplicably defeated. The Legion of Dionysia, who had been fighting fiercely for nearly an hour, did not care about their fatigue and continued their pursuit. They did not give the retreating Carthage Holy Knights any chance to rest and regroup. At the same time, Leotychides also sent out the 4th Cavalry Regiment and the Light Infantry Brigade. These two troops, who were already fast and had been recuperating, charged out of the tunnels on both sides of the Dionia formation. They quickly ran in front of the heavy infantry and pursued the retreating Holy Knights fiercely and continuously. The 6,000 Namibian troops had just entered the lowlands when they were surprised to see the Carthage Holy Knights, who usually flaunted their prowess and wore colorful armor, had now thrown away their beautiful shields and beautiful helmets. Their hair was disheveled as they screamed at them in panic. "Help! Help! The Dionia Holy Knights are coming! Quick! Hurry up and stop them! Quick!" Thousands of Namibians charged at them like stray dogs. The morale of the Namibians was not high to begin with, and they made a rare unified movement. Turn and run. Tens of thousands of routed soldiers ran out of the lowlands in a terrifying manner. Monadino was stunned when he saw the scene. His adjutant tried to persuade him. "Sir, we have lost. Let's retreat to the camp." Before he could finish, Monadino turned his war horse around and clamped his legs on it. The war horse whinnied as it carried him across the Platani River. Although the Namibians were fleeing, they were not too panicked because there were still Holy Knights running behind them. However, when some of the 4th Cavalry Regiment's cavalry rushed into their rear, panic quickly spread through the entire army, forcing the Namibians to flee. The originally shallow and narrow Platani River became the biggest obstacle on their way. Some people slipped and fell on the mud at the bottom of the river due to panic. They grabbed each other in panic and dragged more people down with them. This blocked the escape of the holy knights behind them. They angrily pushed and shoved, and the routed soldiers were in a mess in the river. Then, the pursuing Dionia cavalry and infantry stabbed them with their spears and bayonet. Screams rang out, and corpses floated on the surface of the river. Blood dyed the Platani River red. The routed soldiers fled across the river and headed straight for the main camp. The Dionia soldiers were hot on their heels. Due to the previous battle, Monadino had almost emptied the camp of his soldiers. The main camp had no defense at all. The routed soldiers did not dare to stay in the camp for long and continued to flee west. The sudden collapse of the Sacred Legion was beyond the expectations of the two Carthage armies that were attacking the Allied army's camp on both sides. When the Namibian army in the south received the news, they immediately turned around and ran down the mountain. When the Namibian cavalry in the north received the news, they immediately stopped fighting with the cycles and turned their horses to flee west. As a result, they were the ones who fled to the front. On the other hand, the general who led the Carthaginian militia, Raguca, was shocked when he heard the news of the collapse in the middle. He immediately withdrew the troops that were attacking the barracks and reorganized their formation. He wanted to lead them to attack the pursuing Dionian army from the flank in an attempt to reverse the situation and save the fleeing soldiers. However, many of the Carthage soldiers saw the ferocious momentum of the Dionysian army in front of them and felt diffident. They all advised, "General, we'd better retreat. The Sacred Legion has been defeated, and the Namibian cavalry has fled. The Namibians will never stay and fight. If we don't escape now, we may be surrounded by the Greeks." Raguca was still a little hesitant. Bugles sounded in the barracks on the mountain. The Dionysian Heavy Infantry Reserve Battalion that Leotizides had sent to the barracks, as well as the Agrigento soldiers who had rushed back to the barracks after regrouping, totaling more than 3,000 people, rushed out of the barracks together towards the Carthaginian army at the foot of the mountain. The thousands of sicker soldiers also rushed towards the Carthaginian army from the north. Chapter 739. Even if they were attacked from two sides, with the number and strength of the Carthaginian militia, they were confident that they could block or even counterattack. However, some of the citizen soldiers could not suppress the fear in their hearts. They turned around and fled. Their escape completely took away the courage of the entire army. The soldiers immediately scattered and fled west like a swarm of bees. When they fled across the Platani River and ran toward the camp, they were horrified to find that the camp had already been occupied by the enemy. At this time, they did not have the courage to retake the camp. As the camp blocked their way through the coastal road to escape back to the west of Sicily, they had no choice but to flee into the mountains not far away. However, they had forgotten that the cycles were not far behind them, and the mountains were their territory. After occupying the Carthaginian main camp, the Dionian allied army did not stop there. The cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry, who were still full of energy, continued to pursue the routed soldiers westward along the road along the coast. They occupied the small town of Hermes at dusk before stopping their westward march. The messenger sent by Leotychides arrived shortly after. He ordered the troops to temporarily station in Hermes and monitor the enemy's movements in the west. In the evening, the Dionia cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry took turns to enjoy a hot spring bath in the Calogero Valley. This battle was triggered by the soldiers of both sides bathing in the river. In the end, it turned into a decisive battle between the two armies. In the end, the Carthage army suffered a crushing defeat. More than half of the 46,000 soldiers were lost. The Sacred Regiment suffered the heaviest losses. Out of the 10,000 soldiers, only about 2,000 managed to escape back to Serenus. Most of the soldiers were either seriously injured or killed in battle. Next was the Carthage militia. They did not suffer too many casualties when they attacked the camp. However, as they fled across the mountains, they were constantly attacked by the cycles. Injuries, disorientation, and surrender became the norm. In the end, less than half of the soldiers managed to escape back to Serenus. Next was the 6,000 Namibian soldiers who were prepared to reinforce the sacred regiment. The chaos on the Platani River was a painful memory for them. The Namibian cavalry suffered the least losses. The Namibian troops who attacked the south camp only suffered some losses during their escape. Most of them managed to escape back to Serenus. The Dionia coalition army suffered less than 3,000 casualties. Among them, the 8th Legion and the reserve forces suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. Most of them were either seriously injured or dead. Therefore, even though the total number of casualties was not high, Leotychides still felt a heartache. In any case, this was a glorious victory. Not only did it exceed Leotychides' expectations, but it also exceeded the expectations of the Sicilian allies. Therefore, when the news spread, it greatly boosted the confidence of the people in the Sicilian territory of Dionia. It also boosted the confidence of the people in Dionia's alliance and friendly city-state. At the same time, it dealt a blow to the confidence of the people in Carthage's army in the war and shocked the surrounding hostile forces. When the news of the war between Carthage and Dionia reached the mainland of Greece, the people who were the happiest about it were the people of Sparta. At this time, Sparta had a firm grip on the Peloponnesus peninsula. In northern Greece, Macedonia obeyed Sparta's orders obediently. After being taught a lesson by Sparta, the city-states of Chalcidia also became obedient. Sparta gradually began to increase its control over central Greece. Even the former enemies of Sparta, Athens, Argos, and Corinth, were quiet, which was rare. The people of Sparta thought that they had once again controlled the mainland of Greece. However, there was one thing that stuck in their throats. The secret visit of the priests of Delphi to the kingdom of Dionia had been secretly revealed to Sparta by the priests of Delphi who were close to Sparta. Although the priests of Delphi could not make any waves, and Dionia had also rejected the proposal of the priests of Delphi, it made the people of Delphi wary of the kingdom of Dionia's involvement in the affairs of the mainland of Greece. Thinking back to the time when they were threatened by Dionia, they were forced to sign a friendly agreement with Dionia, which was then reluctantly renewed. This was a great humiliation to the arrogant people of Sparta. Therefore, when they heard that the kingdom of Dionia was at war, and that they had even started a war with Carthage, who was no weaker than them, the people of Sparta were overjoyed. The elders, including King Agesilaus, felt that this was a great opportunity to take revenge. The Council of Elders held meetings for several days. They discussed whether they should break the agreement with Dionia and send troops to the Masapi region, not far from the Peloponnese, instigate the independence of the nobles of Masapi, Pucheti, and Doni. Just like Carthage did, Sparta had taken in some fugitives from these two races. Then, they should break the agreement with Dionia and send troops to the Masapi region, not far from the Peloponnese peninsula, to incite the independence of the nobles of Masapi, Pucheti, and Doni. Everyone finally reached an agreement on this issue, but there was a heated debate on the issue of when to send the troops. Some elders, led by King Agesilaus, believed that they should send the troops immediately, and not give the people of Dionia time to breathe. Other elders, led by King Agesilaus, believed that the war had just begun, and Sparta should patiently observe the development of the situation before making a decision. Otherwise, if they intervened too early, they would become the focus of the attack of the Dionysian army. At this time, something big happened in the north, shocking Sparta, forcing the elders of Sparta to stop arguing and focus their attention on Thebes. At night, in the city of Thebes, Philotas prepared a grand banquet, inviting the two elected military governors, Asias and Philips, to attend. He also told them that he would introduce them to some beautiful women of noble birth. The two military governors had always been single and longed for love, so they gladly went. Philotas also invited some friends, so the banquet was very lively, and everyone drank to their heart's content. In the middle of the banquet, a messenger barged in, holding a letter written by an official in the city to Asias, saying that it was a matter of great importance, and that he must read it immediately. Philetus felt uneasy when he heard this. He gave a look to a friend beside Asias, who immediately understood and said with dissatisfaction, "It's rare to have a moment of fun, and you still have to discuss official business. Aren't you annoyed, Asias?" The others also joined in. Asias couldn't open the letter immediately, and he was still looking forward to meeting the beautiful women, so he waved the messenger away and said, "We'll talk about official business tomorrow." He stuffed the letter under his pillow, then asked in a slightly tipsy tone, "Philetus, where are the beautiful women you mentioned?" Philetus glanced around, pretending to be troubled, and said in a low voice, "They're in the room next door, but there are too many people here. They won't dare to show themselves until all the guests have left." Philip smiled ambiguously. "So they know how to be shy." Philetus deliberately said in a low voice with a straight face, "Of course, they're real, cultured girls of the city. They're not some random woman from a brothel." Hearing this, Asias couldn't help but feel itchy and urged the banquet to end. The other guests jeered in dissatisfaction. After drinking for a while, the guests left one after another, leaving only the two drunken military archons behind. At this moment the girls walked in. They were wearing white robes, himashun, and veils, and they moved cautiously to the side of the two archons. When the two archons couldn't wait to remove their veils, these girls pulled out daggers hidden at their waists and stabbed them in the chest. Asias and Philips died on the spot. The girl in the lead took off her veil, and it turned out to be Pelopidas. It turned out that after the exiles of the Thebes fled to Athens, they were indeed kindly supported by Athens, who stationed them at the border and even provided them with food and weapons. The exiles of the Thebes decided to learn from the famous democratic leader of Athens, Thrasybulus, who had overthrown the 30 tyrants of Athens. They quickly organized an army in Athens, then entered the Boeotia region and marched against the Thebes, attempting to overthrow the oppressive rule of the Sparta faction and regain independence. However, they forgot that the Thebes at this time were not the same as the situation in Athens. They were not only facing the reactionary army organized by their opponents, but also the Sparta army that occupied the Acropolis of the Thebes. Even several city-states in the Boeotia region, such as Praedia and Thespia, were puppets supported by Sparta. Therefore, this army was defeated before it could reach the city of Thebes. After that, the exiles of the Thebes organized 2 more military operations, but they still failed miserably. The exiles paid a lot of casualties, and what was more frightening was that they had lost their confidence. After discussion, everyone agreed that the current Sparta was too strong and had already controlled the Boeotia region. They were not strong enough to recapture the city of Thebes, so they could only lie low, accumulate strength, and wait for a better opportunity. Most people agreed, except for the young Pelopidas. He firmly believed that they could not expect favorable changes in the external situation because the future was unpredictable, so they should take the initiative to control their own fate. Therefore, he also suggested that they should not take open military action, but use a strategy to recapture the Thebes, such as sending someone to assassinate the leader of the Sparta faction in the city, causing them to lose control of the situation in the city, thus causing chaos. This would be the opportunity for the exiles. However, his proposal was opposed by many because they thought it was too risky, so it was not adopted. Chapter 740. For more than a year after that, the exiles laid low. Although the troops continued to grow, they did not train for war. Instead, their fighting spirit was worn down by time. More and more people sighed, but fewer and fewer were determined to take revenge. Pelopidas, however, had been paying attention to the situation in the west. With the support of the Sparta, the rulers of Thebes were oppressing the city-state. The people were suffering and complaining. The other city-states in Boeotia were also surrendering to Sparta. The strong sense of responsibility made Pelopidas unable to bear it any longer. He decided to take action immediately. Fearing that the secret would be leaked, he did not discuss it with the other leaders of the exiles. Instead, he found 6 like-minded friends in private to help him carry out the plan to recover Thebes that he had been thinking about for a long time. They disguised themselves as hunters and set off from the border of Athens early in the morning. They traveled through the mountains without stopping to rest. When they arrived outside Thebes, it was almost night. So they mixed in with the farmers who were returning to the city from their fields and successfully passed through the city gate. Then they hid in the house of their good friend Sharon and asked Sharon to send a slave to summon another good friend of his, Philetus, the clerk under the military governor. After some discussion, they decided on the next night's banquet. Now that they had successfully killed the 2 pro-Spartan military governors, Pelopidas had just breathed a sigh of relief when Philetus anxiously raised the letter in his hand. Pelopidas, the situation is not good. Someone found out about our plan and wrote a letter to inform us. Pelopidas hurriedly took the letter and read it. The content of the letter was a warning to Archias. Some exiles have sneaked into the city and are trying to assassinate the pro-Sparta leaders. Remind him to be careful. Pelopidas's expression changed. He quickly asked, "Who wrote this?" Philetus shook his head. "There is no signature on the letter." The messenger left immediately after delivering the letter. "It seems that this person is not a good friend of Thebes. Perhaps he is just an ordinary city official who accidentally saw you in the city." After all, although Pelopidas was young, he still had some reputation among the people of Thebes. "What should we do now?" The others looked at Pelopidas nervously. Pelopidas calmed down and said with a firm expression, "Didn't we make a wish to Zeus when we set off? We were ready to sacrifice ourselves. Things had already progressed to this point. Could it be that they were going to retreat midway? We should hurry up and complete our plan before the enemy understands the situation." Pelopidas's words gave the others a boost of confidence. They quickly reached a consensus and left the mansion under the cover of the night. They went to the home of the 2 real leaders of the Propatha faction, Leontiadas and Zupatas. The lecherous Zupatas was spending the night in a high-class brothel in the city. Sharon had already bribed the people in the brothel. The exiles easily entered the bedroom and stabbed him to death. Leontiadas was not as careless as his colleagues. He never went out at night and there were guards in the mansion, so the security was tight. However, Pelopidas had already planned the assassination. He had not been idle for more than a year at the border of Athens. He asked Sharon in Thebes to find an opportunity to contact these guards. In the end, he persuaded some of the guards who hated Sparta to drink their colleagues and quietly opened the door for Pelopidas. When Pelopidas entered the bedroom, Leontiadas was still asleep. Pelopidas covered his mouth with his hand and stabbed a sharp dagger into his heart. Leontiadas, the cunning Propatha leader who caused the fall of Thebes and countless deaths and injuries, died a violent death. Then Pelopidas rushed to the prison with some guards. They pretended to be Leontiadas's followers and used his personal token to trick the door open. Then, when they were unprepared, they killed all the jailers and released all the Antipatha people who were imprisoned. They thanked Pelopidas, but Pelopidas asked them to go to the city immediately and contact all the people who were dissatisfied with Sparta. Everyone was happy to accept the order. So in the middle of the night, the city of Thebes became restless. The Propatha people noticed the abnormality, but they could not contact their leaders at all, so they could not respond in time. The Sparta people in Acropolis did not know what was going on in the city because no one had informed them. They did not dare to act rashly in the dark, and could only guard the city. At the break of dawn, the whole city of Thebes was in an uproar. Most of the people in the city rushed to the square, including Epaminondas. When Pelopidas secretly told him his plan in a letter, Epaminondas, like some of Pelopidas's friends, was against such a risky plan. But now, when he saw Pelopidas standing on the central platform of the square and showing the corpses of Leontiades and his companions to the people, he could not help but be amazed by Pelopidas's resolute and courageous action. Such a seemingly difficult thing had actually been done by him. Pelopidas bitterly told the people about the crimes committed by Sparta and Propathus Sparta in Thebes, so that the people in the square could empathize with him. Then he made an impassioned appeal to the people of Thebes to take up arms, unite, and bravely fight the traitors and the invaders. Avenge the dead compatriots, and let Thebes regain freedom and independence. The people's blood boiled. They chanted Pelopidas' name, excitedly crowning the instigators who participated in the assassination led by Pelopidas. At the same time, they unanimously elected Pelopidas and Philetas as military governors. The two accepted the appointment without hesitation and announced the establishment of the Council of 100 of Thebes, whose members would be rotated by the citizens of Thebes every month. The Council of 100 was established as the highest authority in the city. The people cheered and celebrated the establishment of a democratic government in Thebes. Then, Pelopidas immediately issued an order to the people: pick up shields and spears, form an army, capture all pro-Spartan people, and take back the Acropolis occupied by the Spartan army. At the same time, they had to defend against the Spartan army that might come to intervene. The people of Thebes immediately took action. The Propathus Sparta members were either killed or imprisoned. Only a few managed to escape from Thebes. When the heavily armed militia gathered in the square again, Pelopidas did not immediately lead the army. He requested that Epaminondas be appointed as the commander of the army to fight side by side with him. Many of the soldiers did not even know who Epaminondas was, but at this time, Pelopidas's prestige was very high, and most of the people chose to agree out of trust. When they saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a scholarly air walking on the platform, they could not help but regret the choice they had just made. But Pelopidas was overjoyed. He knew Epaminondas' ability, so he excitedly said to him, "Epaminondas, we can finally fight together again." Epaminondas looked calm on the surface, but he was very excited in his heart. He was a modest and low-key man. Because of his aversion to factional warfare, he did not participate in the series of political adventures undertaken by Pelopidas. He spent most of his time reading books, playing music, and exercising. But when the people shouted victory, the rising revolutionary enthusiasm also infected him. Moreover, his close friend trusted him so much that even though he knew the difficult situation that the new government of Thebes would face, he did not hesitate to say, "I will do my best to defend Thebes with the people." Epaminondas was now 41 years old, and this was the first time he held a public office in a city-state, but it was an important position related to the rise and fall of the city-state. At this time, the soldier guarding the south gate hurriedly reported, "A small group of Spartans came out of Acropolis and broke through their blockade, escaping the city." It turned out that a member of the pro-Spartan faction had run into the Acropolis and secretly reported the shocking news to the Spartan commander that there was a riot in the city. The pro-Spartan government had been overthrown, and the leader had been killed. When the commander heard this, he was shocked. However, he only had 400 soldiers under him, which was too little. Without the cooperation of the Thebans, he didn't dare send them out to quell the rebellion. Even if the soldiers were all very brave and fierce, they couldn't possibly be a match for a few thousand angry Thebans. Thus, he quickly made a decision. Taking advantage of the fact that there had just been a riot in Thebes and the rioters hadn't completely taken control of the city, he quickly sent people to force their way out of the city and ask for help from the Spartan garrison in the neighboring cities of Plataea and Thespia. The news brought by the city guard made the rebels nervous. At this time, Epaminondas, who had just been appointed commander of the army, volunteered, "Pero, please let me lead a unit to the south gate to stop the incoming Sparta reinforcements, while you go and take back Acropolis." Pelopidas saw the determination in Epaminondas' eyes and answered without hesitation, "Okay." Then, he immediately assigned 3,500 men to Epaminondas, leaving only 2,000 soldiers for himself. The generals assigned to Epaminondas were all his close friends, and they were also familiar with Epaminondas, so that it would be easier for Epaminondas to command them. Epaminondas did not have time to thank him and hurried to the south gate with the army. At this time, another military governor, Philetas, asked worriedly, "Can Epaminondas stop the Sparta reinforcements? Shouldn't we be more prepared?" Library of Literature. Chapter 741. Pelopidas immediately replied, "If even Epaminondas can't stop the enemy, then no one can defeat the Spartans." The people around them didn't understand why Pelopidas had so much confidence in Epaminondas. As far as they knew, although Epaminondas had participated in many battles before, he had always been a soldier or an officer. He had never commanded an army in battle. However, Peropidas's confidence had infected them. Other than that, they didn't have any better ideas. So, they could only suppress their worries and lead the rest of the militia towards the citadel with Peropidas. On the way to the south gate, Epaminondas had already come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. Having lived in the city of Thebes for decades, he was familiar with the surrounding terrain. He knew that the main city of Thebes was located in the lowlands between the mountains, especially the south gate. Both sides of the citadel were protruding mountains, forming a trumpet-shaped terrain. Therefore, when they arrived at the south gate, he told the others his plan, to hide 800 people in the mountains on both sides of the south gate. When the enemy's reinforcements arrived, he would lead the rest of the civilian soldiers out of the citadel. Once the two sides met, the soldiers in ambush on both sides would immediately attack the enemy's flanks. Some people objected that it was too risky to fight outside the citadel, especially against the Sparta army. It was better to rely on the citadel for defense. Epaminondas immediately refuted this conservative idea. He said calmly, "The new government of Thebes has just been established, and it is not stable yet. Moreover, the citadel is still occupied by the enemy. If we allow the Sparta army to gather outside the citadel and attack the Thebes, then the battle will become very long. When the Sparta army arrives, the battle will become even more difficult. In the long run, the mentality of the people may change. So, we must take advantage of the time when the enemy arrives at Thebes and take the initiative to defeat them one by one. This is the only way to buy time for the revival of Thebes." Everyone was convinced by him. They didn't expect that this usually taciturn person could say such touching words. Of course, there were also people who asked, "What if Sparta didn't take the bait and didn't attack us?" Epaminondas replied calmly, "Then we'll go back to the city. It won't do us any harm. Even if they discover our army ambushing in the mountains, they won't dare to chase after them because we are the most familiar with the terrain here. However, I believe that the arrogant Sparta will immediately attack us, hoping to recapture Thebes as soon as possible. Damn Sparta! We won't let them succeed." Everyone loudly expressed their anger and determination towards Sparta. Epaminondas said in a low voice, "Everyone, let us work together and make this battle a nightmare for Sparta." Thus, the high-spirited crowd began to deploy according to Epaminondas' plan. The messengers requesting for help were the first to arrive at Plataea, which was closest to Thebes. When the general of the Sparta garrison received the news that there was a riot in Thebes and the pro-Sparta government had been overthrown, he was shocked. He knew that if they lost Thebes, Sparta's control over the Boeotia region would be in big trouble. Therefore, without hesitation, he led 2,000 garrison soldiers, most of whom were soldiers of the Peloponnesus alliance, and quickly marched towards Thebes. They arrived outside the city of Thebes at dusk. Then, he was surprised to see that the Thebes actually came out of the city and formed a battle formation. They even hit their round shields with their spears, provoking the advancing Sparta army. How could the general of Sparta allow the defeated army of Sparta to be so arrogant? Moreover, the number of Thebes was only a little more than his own army. Therefore, regardless of the fatigue of his soldiers, he immediately arranged his army into a battle formation of the same length as the opponent and blew the bugle to attack. At the same time, Epaminondas also gave the order to attack. He himself was at the forefront of the battle formation, raising his shield and spear high. He took the lead and charged towards the enemy. The morale of the Thebes was high. The Sparta army, after a long journey, was slightly exhausted. At the beginning of the battle, they were at a disadvantage. When they recovered, they began to rely on their rich combat experience and stronger killing skills to slowly turn the tide of the battle. Then, the ambush of Thebes suddenly attacked from both sides, fiercely attacking the flanks and rear of the Sparta army. The Sparta army was caught off guard and was immediately routed. The soldiers scattered in all directions. The entire battle lasted for less than half an hour. The Thebes won the final victory. While they cheered, they also looked at the mastermind of this battle, the previously unknown Epaminondas, with admiration. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man had won their trust with just this battle alone. Another Sparta garrison from Thespia, which was about to reach the city of Thebes, was shocked when they heard the news of the crushing defeat of the Thracian army. The commander of the army, Svodilas, thought that he did not have enough troops and did not dare to advance. Instead, he retreated west to a small town halfway between Thespia and Thebes. When Epaminondas learned that the enemy had retreated, he immediately led his army back into the city. He stationed himself at the top of the city wall and sent someone to report the good news of victory to the two military governors. At this time, Peropidas and Philotas were leading the citizen soldiers to attack the Acropolis for a day, but they were unable to take it down. After all, although the Acropolis was small, the walls were very strong. Moreover, it was located on a hill and there was only one path, which made it impossible for the Thebes to deploy their superior forces. Moreover, the Sparta army was surrounded on all sides and had no way to retreat. Therefore, they fought desperately, causing the Thebes to fail to attack the city many times. Both the generals and the soldiers felt a little discouraged. At this time, the good news of the South Gate army defeating the Sparta reinforcements came, lifting everyone's spirits and raising their morale. The generals also talked about Epaminondas with smiles on their faces. Philotas even praised him repeatedly. "Peropidas, you are right. Epaminondas is indeed an excellent general." The next day, the news of the Thebes coup d'état spread throughout central Greece. Countless Thebes exiles began to rush back to their motherland from all directions to defend the new Thebes government. The exiles from Athens were the largest force among them. For the citizens of Athens, this was something they were very happy to see. Although the council did not express any opinion on this matter, many volunteers from Athens followed the exiles to the Thebes and prepared to fight side by side with the Thebes. This included two newly elected generals this year, who joined the volunteer team as private individuals. The group of exiles marched west excitedly. Along the way, they also fought several battles with the Sparta allies, who were also rushing to the Thebes and were stationed in some of the cities in the Pyotia region. They won all of the battles. The Thebes continued to receive reinforcements and their strength skyrocketed. The Sparta reinforcements of the Thebes could only retreat. On this day, the attack of the Thebes on the Acropolis failed again. However, the general of Sparta did not feel happy. He stood at the top of the Acropolis and looked down. He could clearly see the increasing number of enemies at the foot of the hill. It was obvious that the Thebes had received reinforcements from outside. At the same time, this also meant that the attack of the Sparta reinforcements against the Thebes had failed. This not only made him, but also the Sparta soldiers in the Acropolis, feel a little hopeless. At this time, Peropidas sent an envoy to negotiate with the general of Sparta in the Acropolis. He proposed a condition: let the Sparta return the Acropolis, and the Thebes will let them leave safely. The two sides finally reached an agreement. The return of the Acropolis allowed the new government led by Peropidas and Philetas to completely liberate the Thebes. While the people in the city cheered, the leaders led by Peropidas still looked solemn. This was because they knew that the test for the Thebes had just begun. The people of Sparta would not give up so easily. On the third day, the news finally reached Sparta and shocked the Council of Elders. They no longer had the mood to cause trouble for Dionia. Instead, they had to quickly gather all their strength to put out the fire caused by the Thebes. After some discussion, the Council of Elders decided to let Agesiporus, who had been the king of Sparta for less than 2 years, lead the army. Therefore, Sparta began to recruit soldiers from the alliance of Peloponnesus. Just as Leotychides led the Dionia coalition army to defeat Carthage's army, intercepting a large number of supplies, the outer city of Therodium on the north coast was breached by the Iberian army. How did the city, which had been steadily defending for nearly 10 days and which had caused Hasdrubal's army to fail many times, suddenly fall? It turned out that after several failed attacks, Hasdrubal realized that a frontal attack would be too costly and difficult to break through, so he used the Iberian infantry. The Iberian infantry under Hasdrubal came from the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, all recruited from the native tribes conquered by the Maghrid. There were a total of 4,000 of them, and almost all of them wore ethnic clothing made of white linen with purple edges. They did not wear any armor and instead wore thick leather hats. They were equipped with large oval shields, javelins, and the most common yet terrifying short sword hung from their waist. The style and length of the short sword were very similar to the short sword of Dionia, and they were also extremely sharp. The only difference was that the front of the sword was slightly curved. These Iberians were not only brave and valiant, they were also good at fighting in the mountains. This was something that the Carthage people, who had always lived on the flat coast of northern Africa, could not compare to. Chapter 742. After receiving Hasdrubal's order, the Iberian infantrymen carried rations and weapons and began to cross the mountains to the south. Hasdrubal, on the other hand, continued to attack Therodium to attract the attention of the defenders. The Iberian infantrymen crossed the mountains and took a big detour, appearing at the mountain pass behind Therodium in the early hours of the third day. The Therodium camp at the mountain pass was not well prepared and quickly fell under the fierce attack of the Iberian infantrymen. The Iberians then quickly approached the east side of Therodium. The Therodiums quickly received the news that the enemy had appeared at their rear and panicked. After receiving the reminder from the Dionians, the Carthaginians only focused on reinforcing the western wall within a limited period of time. As for the eastern wall, they only had time to make simple repairs. Not only were the walls short, but there were also no defensive facilities outside the city. However, the Carthaginians believed that this direction wouldn't be attacked by the Carthaginians for the time being. After all, this was already within the sphere of influence of the Dionians, and they could receive reinforcements from the Dionians at any time. If the Carthaginians wanted to land here, they would have to take a huge risk. As for the Carthaginians wanting to climb over the mountains, the towering ridges weren't easy to climb, and the Carthaginians weren't good at it. However, they did not expect the thing they were most worried about to happen. At this time, Hasdrubal's army also launched a strong attack on Therodium's walls from the west. The defenders of Therodium were immediately outnumbered. They had a premonition that the situation was dire, and hurriedly organized all the citizens who could fight to defend the walls. At the same time, they also sent people to the port to take fast ships to Messina to ask for help. In addition, they arranged for the citizens in the city to retreat to the port. In fact, there were Dionia's fast ships patrolling and observing the situation on the sea near Therodium every day. When they saw Carthage's army appear on the east side of Therodium, they knew that the situation was not good and immediately returned to Messina. Thus, when Therodium's messenger came to ask for help, the governor of Messina, Amicris, had already organized a fleet to send out reinforcements. Accompanying them was the Third Fleet. After Carthage's army divided into two and attacked the east from the north and south coasts at the same time, Sicorion had to divide the Sicilian fleet into two as well. The first fleet was stationed in Catania, while the third fleet was stationed in Messina. As the war progressed, most of the warships of the first fleet were stationed in the military port of Gela. This was to prevent Carthage's fleet from assisting the ground forces on the two coasts and landing at the rear of the friendly city-states of Dionia. At the same time, they could also protect the convoys that transported supplies or refugees. This time, the third fleet was deployed for the latter purpose. When Dionia's fleet arrived at the sea near the city of Ceredium, the defense of the east wall of Ceredium had already been broken by the Iberian infantry. The militia had no choice but to abandon the defense of the wall. Some of them retreated to defend the city, while others retreated to the port. Fortunately, when Ceredium was first built, although the port was included in the city, it was separated by a wall. The original purpose of the wall was to prevent slaves and free people from the port from entering the city at will and disrupt the order in the city. Now, the wall had played a key role. The militia of Ceredium set up defenses on the wall of the port in advance. They destroyed the stone stairs to the wall and blocked the entrance to the port. After all, the main purpose of the wall was to prevent enemies from the port from entering the city. They only hoped to buy time for the people to escape from the port. After the ships in the port were filled with the people of Ceredium, they quickly left one after another. Dionia's fleet also quickly entered the port and continued to pick up the frightened people at the dock. Some ships from Tyndaris, Caliact, and Haluntium also came to rescue. Although the situation was a little chaotic, and there were even collisions and capsizing of ships, at this moment, all the sailors of the Greek city-states on the north coast were working together to rescue the people. There was only one thought in their minds: save the people of Ceredium as soon as possible to avoid being slaughtered by Carthage's people. Ceredium was not a big city, and had a small population. Soon, the old, the young, the women, and the children all boarded the ships and began to load the militia, who had rushed to the dock. The warships of the Third Fleet were displayed on the sea west of the port to prevent a sudden attack from the Carthage fleet. A fast ship sailed over and reported to the commander of the Third Fleet, Phralios, on the flagship, "All the people of Ceredium in the port have boarded the ship." Phralios nodded to show that he understood. He did not have much energy for such a risk-free escort mission. It was not that he did not consider letting the infantry on the Raven warship land at the port to help the people of Ceredium defend the port. However, after understanding the actual situation, he gave up on the idea. He did not think that the 4,000 infantry on the Raven warship would be able to stop the attack of 20,000 enemies who were about to break into the city with just a weak city wall. It was not worth it to lose the infantry that they had trained with so much effort in this unimportant place. After the fleet has left, we will return to the port. Phralios had just passed on the order. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast shouted, "General, there are enemies ahead." Phralios' heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. Through the gaps between the many warships, he saw 2 yellow flags on the top of the westernmost warship. It's Carthage's fleet. The number of warships is about the same as ours. Phralios immediately made a judgment based on the flags. A yellow flag meant that there were enemies. 1 yellow flag meant that the enemy fleet was smaller than Dionia's fleet. 2 yellow flags meant that both sides had about the same number of ships. 3 yellow flags meant that the enemy fleet had more ships than the Dionysian fleet. 4 yellow flags meant that the enemy fleet had more ships than the Dionysian fleet. Phralios was instantly energized. He immediately changed his order. Blow the bugle and raise the black flag. On the flagship, 5 trumpeters blew the curved bronze bugle at the same time. The sound echoed through the sea, and a long black flag flew high on the mast. Under the night sky, there must be stars. Stars in the sky was the most typical tactic of the Dionia navy. It could maximize the power of the Raven warship. It was with it that the newly built Ionia navy defeated the powerful Syracuse navy. But after 10 years of development, due to the change in the composition of the fleet's warships, this tactic had changed again. He needed a big battle to verify its effectiveness. After receiving the order, all the captains and crew members of the warships immediately became excited. The deck operators began to lift the drawbridge from the deck to the foremast. The helmsman adjusted the direction of the warship and began to arrange the formation. The sailors began to swallow their rations and grease their seat cushions. The infantrymen sitting in the aisle at the bottom of the cabin began to put on their armor. Everyone was rubbing their palms and anxiously waiting for the arrival of the naval battle. The fleet coming from the west came from Iberia. To be precise, it was under the command of Governor Margot of Iberia. The coastal terrain of Africa was flat, but there were no tall and strong trees. A famous seafaring race like the Carthage had long used the Iberian Peninsula as an important resource base, not only because of the rich gold and silver mines there, but also because of the rich timber resources there. Most of the wood used by Carthage's ships came from Iberia. After Margot became the governor of Iberia, he did not have the right to command the fleet at first. In fact, in the process of conquering southern Iberia, he did not need the fleet most of the time. But Margot considered that in the future, when he wanted to use the army in other places, it would be a big problem to transport troops at sea without the protection of the fleet. If he wanted to mobilize the Carthage fleet to Iberia, he would definitely be obstructed by the Senate headed by Hanno. So he decided to use the money he earned in Iberia and Iberia's trees to build his own fleet. A few years later, an Iberian fleet consisting of 123 oared warships, plus small and medium-sized warships, totaling 180 warships, was formed. Its commander was Audiobook of the Maganid family. Half of the sailors came from Phoenicia, and the rest from Namibia and Mauritania. None of them were Carthage's people. The fleet soon traversed the coast of Iberia and near the Pillar of Hercules. After Hanno knew about it, he was very afraid of it. So this time, when the fleet escorted Hasdrubal's army to Lille, Hanno instructed Anubis, the commander of the Carthage fleet, to incorporate it. This was firmly opposed by Audiobook, who said, Lord Margot only agreed to let the army be under the command of Montenegro, but did not say that the fleet should also be under the command of the Carthage navy. Anubis retorted, Since they are all Carthage's army, of course, there should be unified command, so that it will be advantageous to the battle. It will be advantageous to Carthage. Audiobook refused to obey, and the two sides almost had a conflict. In the end, the lawsuit was brought to the Senate, and the Senate had to send someone to discuss it with Margot again. In this way, tedious negotiations began again. The two fleets, one docked in Carthage, and the other docked in Lille, were in a stalemate with each other. This was why Montenegro had not seen the Carthage fleet appear near the south coast of Sicily to protect his troops. Until Hasdrubal learned of this matter, he asked for the fleet to come and help on the grounds that he was about to capture the city of Serodium and to prevent the enemy from escaping by sea. This was why the Iberian fleet happened to appear here. Chapter 743. At this moment, the Iberian fleet had also discovered the enemy in front of them. Audiobook had also quickly prepared his fleet for battle. He had adopted a single-column formation. This formation was mainly focused on one-on-one combat. It had a higher requirement for every sailor's ability to control the ship. Thus, it could be seen that the Iberian fleet thought highly of themselves. In fact, the triple-oared warships were originally invented by the Phoenicians. Even the naval collision tactics were pioneered by them. However, the centuries-old maritime tradition was both the glory of the Carthage fleet and their shackles. Even when the powerful Syracuse navy suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the rising Ionia navy more than a decade ago, it didn't affect the Carthage navy too much. On the contrary, the majority of the Carthage navy believed that the Syracuse navy's handling skills were too poor, which led to the defeat. If it were them, they would never make the stupid mistake of the Syracuse Navy. As for the Dionia Navy, their tactics had always been improving. This could be seen from the current formation of the Third Fleet. The front half of the formation was made up of triple-oared warships with crow suspension bridges. There were a total of 100 triple-oared warships, while the back half was made up of 50 triple-oared warships arranged in a column without crow suspension bridges. On both sides of the Starry Sky formation were 50 small and medium-sized warships arranged loosely. This was the result of continuous improvements made by the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs and several high-ranking naval officers after the naval battles with the Syracuse Navy. Based on the flaws revealed by the Crow warships and the problems discovered during training, every fleet adopted a mix of Crow warships and triple-oared warships. Basically, the Crow warships made up 2/3 of the triple-oared warships, while the regular triple-oared warships made up 1/3 of the triple-oared warships. The Navy had also modified the structure of the two types of triple-oared warship. The Crow warships mainly relied on suspension bridges to lock down enemy ships and relied on infantry to win battles. Hence, their hulls were longer and wider. This ensured that the bottoms were spacious, and the infantrymen inside would not feel cramped. After all, with the expansion of the kingdom's territory, it was impossible for the fleets to engage in battle with the enemy as soon as they left the port. Often, they would patrol for a day or two without finding any traces of the enemy. This was to ensure that the sailors and infantrymen on the ships had a more comfortable living environment, which was beneficial to maintaining their combat effectiveness. At the same time, the Crow warships added some weight to the stern. This ensured that after the suspension bridge was installed, the front and rear of the warships could maintain balance, and the navigation would be more stable. If the Crow warships sacrificed speed to ensure comfort and safety, then the Dionia's regular triple-oared warships had to compensate for the Crow warships' lack of speed. Hence, their hulls were narrow and shorter, shaped like willow leaves. Even their masts were shorter, and the number of sailors on each warship was reduced to 150. The Ministry of Military Affairs gathered many of Dionia's famous shipwrights to repeatedly modify and test the triple-oared warship. Finally, the triple-oared warships were finalized. As a result, their top speed could reach 15 knots, and their agility was relatively high. Hence, the sailors of Dionia called them the fast triple-oared warship. Under normal circumstances, these fast triple-oared warships would be arranged at the rear of the fleet. When the battle began, they would shuttle between the gaps of the warships, protecting the Crow warships that were boarding the warships, and ramming the enemy ships that attempted to circle to the rear. When the enemy fleet retreated, the triple-oared warships would use their faster speed to pursue and expand the results of the battle. This was an encounter battle. Neither side avoided the battle. On the contrary, the sailors were very enthusiastic about the battle. Soon, they followed the order of their commander and adjusted the warships in the area of 10 miles around them, lining up. Listening to the piper's flute, they chanted orderly chants and pushed the oars with all their might. As the oars moved faster and faster, the warships broke through the waves and moved as fast as they could, as if they were flying. The warships at the forefront of both sides were about to collide. The commander of the Iberian Navy, Audiobook, who was at the rear, heard the cry of the lookout on the mast and clenched his fists in excitement. The first battle between Carthage and Dionia was about to begin. He firmly believed that victory would belong to the Carthage, who had a long history of sailing. Boom. Boom. The Raven drawbridges spun and fell, smashing through the deck of the enemy's ship and connecting the two warships together. Hades! 40 infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet rushed out from the bottom of the warships, crossing the suspension bridges in high spirits and killing the enemy ship. These infantrymen of the fleet were very different from the soldiers of the Legion that had been loaded on the warships at the beginning. Not only were there 10 fewer people, but they were also wearing leather helmets and armor, holding a completely wooden shield in their left hand, and wearing leather sandals with crisscrossing grooves on the soles. These changes in weapons and equipment, as well as the reduction in weight, were more conducive to their flexibility in fighting on the warships, and it was not easy for them to slip on the slippery deck. When the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet carried out a massacre on the enemy ships, Ademeka's excitement disappeared without a trace, replaced by coldness in his heart. In the end, he could only give the order to retreat with a bitter taste in his mouth. The first battle between Dionia and the Carthage navy lasted for just over half an hour. At the cost of 5 warships sunk and 6 damaged, Dionia's Third Fleet captured 18 of the Carthage's 3-decker or warships and sank 4, obtaining a great victory. Hasdrubal, who had just broken through the port, watched the whole process of the naval battle from the lighthouse of Theridium. He saw with his own eyes the Dionysian fleet's unique tactics that led to the crushing defeat of the Iberian fleet. This greatly shocked him, and at the same time made his joy of occupying Theridium vanish. As for the citizens of Theridium, who were evacuating from the sea, the victory of Dionia also boosted their confidence to return to their homes. The next day, Hasdrubal, who had yet to wash his dust from the war, received the news that the main forces of the Carthage navy had been defeated on the south coast. Although he was somewhat gloating, he also felt that his situation was dangerous. Without the threat from the south, the Dionia would very likely turn their troops to deal with his isolated army deep in enemy territory. However, it would take some time for the Dionia to move from the south coast to the north coast. In the afternoon he received a messenger from Palermo's, who had come in a hurry, and at last he made up his mind. As it turned out, the Third Fleet of Dionia had sailed west early in the morning and landed on the coast near Palermo's. After the thousands of infantry on the warships went ashore, they attacked the main camp of the Iberian army. Although due to the vigilance and stubborn resistance of the garrison troops, they were unable to break through the camp, they still caused some damage to the supplies. Hasdrubal decided to lead the army back to Palermo's and stay there for a while, waiting for the new decision of the Carthage Senate, because he realized that the defeat of the main forces led by Monteadorno was likely to lead to a new political storm. As they retreated, Hasdrubal ordered the soldiers to completely destroy Theridium so that they would not encounter any trouble the next time they attacked. Venosa, a town in the northwest corner of the Pusidi region. It was said that one of Homer's heroes, Diomedes, lived in seclusion here after the Trojan War in search of a peaceful life. He built this town and the temple of Aphrodite to appease the anger of the goddess of love for the destruction of her beloved city of Troy. Hence, this town was also known as the City of Aphrodite, which showed the blood and cultural connection between the Pusidi people and the Greek. However, at this time, this town that was blessed by the goddess of love was once again ravaged by the flames of war. It was surrounded by the Samnites, and the few militias were tenaciously resisting the enemy's attacks from all sides. Go and urge the tribal leaders to continue the attack. We must capture this town before dusk. Lescock looked at the situation of the battle in front of him, and anxiously gave the order in a loud voice. Yes, great leader. The guard received the order and left. The great leader of the Caracini tribe, Contrac, glanced at him and comforted him. There's no point in rushing them. Don't worry, I don't think the enemy can hold on any longer. We can definitely capture this town before dusk. I'm just a little worried about the people of Dionia. We must hurry up and plunder more people and resources. We must have more bargaining chips to threaten the people of Dionia. Lescock hurriedly explained. There's nothing to fear from the people of Dionia. Contrac saw through the fear in Lescock's heart at first glance. He said loudly with some disdain, all your previous defeats against them were due to their tricks. You should know that we have never lost a head-on battle, and we have never lost a battle against the Greeks before. As the great leader of the Zilpini, you can be cautious, but you can't lose the courage and fierceness that the descendants of the Vorthani should have. As a veteran great leader, Kontrick used his status as an elder and years of battle experience to continue teaching the martyr Jack. Besides, you've already used a trick to move the main forces of Dionia to the north of the Downey region. It'll be difficult for them to get here in 2 or 3 days. Even if the enemy's reinforcements arrive in these 2 days, they'll be the temporary forces that the people of Dionia have formed in the Puchetti and Masapi regions. There won't be many of them, and they won't be strong either. We can defeat them and boost the courage and morale of our warriors, especially the warriors of Zilpini, Kautini, and Pentine. In the heart of this old Samanese leader, the warriors of the 3 tribes who had been defeated time and time again were not qualified Samanese warriors. Only the warriors of Caracini were the best. Leskok did not say anything. At this moment, the scout hurried over. Great leader, reinforcements from Dionia have been found in the south. Chapter 744. It had been more than a day since the Samani entered the Venosa region. It was normal for Dionia's reinforcements to appear at this time. Leskok asked anxiously, "How many are there?" The scout was ashamed and angry. "The Dionia's cavalry is the vanguard. They are advancing very quickly, and they are also searching for and chasing us away. Several of my teammates died under their spears, so we don't know how many enemies there are behind us. But these cavalry are all dressed in casual clothes, and they are of various colors and shape." Of course, Leskok knew that the Puchetti and Masapi regions were rich in cavalry, and he was once envious of them. But since they were not wearing black standard equipment, it seemed that this was a temporary army formed in the Puchetti region. It was impossible to gather such a large army in such a short time. With this judgment, he turned to look at Kontrick. Kontrick stroked his beard and said without hesitation, "Our 4,000 warriors who have been resting can finally go into battle. These brave lads will easily drive them back." The guards who received the order immediately rushed to inform the troops that did not participate in the siege, but were specifically used to stop the reinforcements. Leskok roared again, "Go and urge the tribe leaders to increase the intensity of the siege. We must capture Venosa before Dionia's reinforcements arrive again." More than 10 minutes later, Leskok could not help but be overjoyed when he saw a simple Samani flag on the city wall in front of him. At this moment, the scout ran over in panic. "Great leader! Great leader! Not good! Many Dionia soldiers in black armor are coming from the south. The number of troops we sent to stop them is too small, we can't hold them back anymore. This is impossible. There can't be a regular Dionia army here." Leskok roared in disbelief. The answer to Leskok's doubt was an increasingly noisy voice coming from the south. "The Dionia army is here. Run!" Behind the Samani soldiers who were fleeing in panic was a surging black tide. Accompanied by rumbling footsteps and earth-shattering shouts, it pressed towards Venosa in a menacing manner. "Quick! Retreat! Retreat!" His face was also pale, and his voice had suddenly turned hoarse. He was no longer as tough as before. Adoris had already thrown away his spear and shield, and was only holding on to his dagger. That was why he was able to run quickly, rushing to the front of the group. After participating in the last Downey War, he could be considered a veteran. He no longer felt the discomfort of seeing corpses and blood. He only felt the excitement of defeating the enemy. His only regret was that the Samanian people who stopped them were too weak. Both sides had only shot a round of javelins at each other. The Samanian people had chosen to retreat before the battle had even begun. As a matter of fact, it had something to do with the momentum of the Dionysian army. The reinforcements consisted of more than 16,000 soldiers from the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Legions. In addition to the 1,000 reserve cavalrymen from the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Legions, the 4,000 Samoan soldiers who were responsible for blocking the reinforcements couldn't stop them at all. Cynthia's judgment was right. Even if they stayed in the 2nd Cavalry Legion, they could still fight a battle. Adoris hated himself for running so slowly that he couldn't catch up with the enemies in front of him who were fleeing like rabbit. He had completely forgotten that he was the squad leader. At this time, his main task was to gather the soldiers under him, maintain the formation of the squad, and not let them run away. He was trying his best to catch up with them, but he didn't see how worried the squad leader behind him was. He was afraid that something would happen to him during the battle, so he kept urging the other squads to catch up with Adoris and not let him face the enemy alone. After a while, the reserve cavalrymen rushed into the routed soldiers from the side, immediately disrupting the orderly retreat of the Samnian people. As the cavalrymen wantonly stabbed their spears and horses, the routed soldiers scattered in all directions. Some even turned around like headless flies, crashing into the direction of the Dionia troop. Adoris was overjoyed. He strode forward and stabbed with his dagger. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, one of them fell. Then, he punched with his left fist, hitting the face of another Samnian routed soldier, immediately knocking him to the ground. With his fighting spirit boiling, he continued to face the third routed soldier with his dagger. However, his left foot was hugged by a Samnian warrior who fell to the ground, and he couldn't move. Just as he bent down to deal with the enemy on the ground with his dagger, the enemy in front of him was holding a spear and fiercely rushing towards him. At that moment, his mind went blank, and he felt the aura of the underworld. However, the enemy's roar stopped abruptly. A flying javelin pierced deeply into his unprotected chest. Then, the squad leader rushed to Adoris's side and angrily reprimanded, "Before the enemy is truly defeated, no soldier or officer is allowed to leave the main force without permission. This is the rule of the military law. Adoris, you didn't listen to my orders, abandoned your men, and rashly advanced alone. This is against the military law. When this battle is over, go back and accept the verdict and punishment of the military judge." The squad leader finished in one breath. He was a little nervous, but he didn't expect that after Adoris's life was saved by a fluke, the cold sweat on his body had calmed him down. He obediently replied, "Yes." The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He patted his shoulder hard and said, "Lead your soldiers and continue to fight. Chase the enemy." Yes. Adoris and his comrades were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, pouncing on the panicking enemy. This was just a corner of the battlefield. Looking at the whole battlefield, a part of the Dionysian army was chasing the retreating Samnian warriors, while another part of the Dionia army was quickly pouncing on the Samnian who were retreating from Venosa city. Some soldiers followed the reserve cavalry and chased after the Samnian who had retreated earlier. These Samnian warriors, of course, included the two tribal chiefs. They were leading their troops and retreating to the mountains in the northwest. They knew that as long as they escaped into the mountains, they would be safe, just like in the previous battle in Ascurum. However, not long after, they involuntarily stopped, because a formation of thousands of cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry was in front of them. "We've been tricked by the Dionia. They've already set up an encirclement here." At this moment, Lescoc's confidence was greatly damaged. He felt weak all over, and his mind was filled with the scene of the fiasco more than a decade ago. On the contrary, Contruc was old and strong. In the face of this predicament, his fighting spirit burst forth. "Descendants of Savone, fight to the death with the Dionia." The Samnian warriors who were in a critical situation roared and rushed forward. The Dionia soldiers in front of them shouted the name of Hades and also rushed forward bravely. Just as the two sides were tangled together, the pursuing Dionysian army quickly arrived and joined the battle. The Samnian army, caught in a pincer attack, collapsed. "Your Majesty, there's news from Venosa." The herald, Aristyras, rushed into the military conference room of the palace. "What's the situation?" While the Devers were asking, several ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, such as Helos, Felicius, and Hieronymus, focused their attention on Aristyras. A few days ago, the Samnian gathered nearly 20,000 warriors and raided the Venosa area. Yesterday, when they were attacking Venosa city with all their might, the 2nd Legion and Legio IV arrived in time and launched a surprise attack from the south of Venosa. At the same time, the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the 9th and 10th Legions light armor and light infantry battalions also crossed the Orfanto River and went around to the mountains behind the Samnian army, cutting off their retreat. The Samnian army was completely defeated. According to the description of the battle report, this surprise attack killed and injured about 2,500 Samnian soldiers and captured more than 6,000 people, while we only suffered about 1,000 casualties. The usually calm Aristyras' voice trembled as he repeated the battle report. After he finished speaking, he respectfully handed the battle report to the Devers. "This is another glorious victory," Felicius praised excitedly. "Your Majesty, it's because of your wisdom and decisiveness that firmly supported Alexis' bold guess that we were able to achieve such a great victory. This victory is mainly due to Alexis' correct judgment," the Devers said humbly. It turned out that after Alexis won the Battle of Ascurum, when she wrote the battle report to the Devers, she also mentioned that because the Downey area was guarded, the Samnian army was likely to change their target and launch a surprise attack on the Venosa area northwest of Puccetti. Alexis would organize the reserve troops in the Puccetti area to enter Venosa city and defend it. At the same time, he would be prepared to immediately send reinforcements if there were any abnormal situations, so as to launch a pincer attack and achieve another Ascurum-style victory. After carefully reading through Alexis's plan, the Devers considered it over and over again and proposed a further idea. They would not send troops to enter Venosa beforehand to avoid alerting the enemy. At the same time, he would quickly gather the 2nd Legion and Legio IV and secretly enter the central town of Silvium in Puccetti. The troops in the Downey area would not move towards the Venosa area to achieve the goal of confusing the enemy. After this plan was perfected by the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was fully implemented. In fact, the cunning Samnian army had even sent nearly 10,000 soldiers to the northwest border of the Downey area the day before yesterday to achieve the goal of luring the Dionysian army north and away from the Puccetti area. As Alexis had wished, she had led a large army north. This caused the Samnian army to finally make up their mind and send a large army to attack Venosa the day before yesterday. In the end, they were caught by the well-prepared Dionysian army. Chapter 745. Your Majesty, according to the battle report, the Samni warriors that appeared in this battle belong to the Hilpini and Caracini tribes. In addition to Pentni, who was defeated in Ascurum not long ago, and Cautini, who just got back a captive, I'm afraid that the 4 major tribes of the Samni are no longer capable of launching a large-scale invasion. Military Minister Helos said happily after reading the battle report carefully. Looks like we can withdraw the 2nd and Legio IV. There's no need to keep so many troops in the Downey area. Withdrawing a few legions will reduce the pressure on our logistics, suggested Alpines. Don't be too careless. We have to be careful of the Samni attacking other areas again, robbing our citizens, and threatening us to exchange our captive Samni warriors with them. Chief of Staff Felicius cautiously reminded. That's a possibility. However, the areas and cities around the Samni border are all on high alert. They won't let the Samni get away with it so easily. Deputy Chief of Staff Tormid brought up another problem. However, the soldiers of the various legions are eager to contribute to the battle and obtain glory and rewards. Which legion should stay? Which legion should leave? This is a troublesome problem. Withdraw the 2nd and Legio IV, reduce the number of troops in the Downey area. You can tell Alexis about these suggestions. Let him worry about it. I believe he won't let down his guard against the Samni just because of 1 or 2 victories, Devers said disapprovingly. Your Majesty, the Samni might come to us again for peace talks because of this failure, Felicius reminded. We won't negotiate with a race that has violated the alliance many times and maliciously broke it. If the Samurai really want to negotiate, I have already made arrangements for it, Devers said with a serious expression. He then changed the topic. But, if it's Carthage who wants to negotiate, we can seriously consider it. Felicius hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, will the Carthage negotiate? Devers pondered and said, Carthage isn't Bissamonians. Their country is strong, and losing 1 or 2 battles won't affect them too much. However, due to the power conflict between Carthage's Maganid family and the Hanno family, Prososus could be ordered to lead the 8th Army and other troops to continue advancing cautiously to the west while the enemy was defeated. They could attack Carthage's states and the Phoenician city-states to cause greater losses to the Carthage people and increase the pressure on their senate. At the same time, he ordered Sicorian to gather all the warships under his command and advance to the western end of Sicily to search for the main force of Carthage's navy and completely annihilate them, thus cutting off the sea connection between Carthage and Sicily. If these plans can be realized, I want to see if Carthage's people still have the confidence to continue fighting with us. Your Majesty, we will convey your orders now. I believe Sicorian has been waiting for this order for a long time, Tormid replied jokingly. Devers laughed. Even if the Carthage people aren't willing to negotiate, we have Prososus on land and Sicorian on the sea in Sicily. We don't have to worry too much about the war in Sicily. Yes, Your Majesty. Helos praised from the bottom of his heart. Sicorian's ability to command the fleet is unquestionable, but Prososus's commanding ability in the Battle of Minoa was really surprising. The conflict by the river happened suddenly. He was quick-witted and used the defeated soldiers to lure the Carthage Holy Regiment's troops to pursue, forcing the Carthage people to press forward in order to protect the Holy Regiment's troops. He also used the special terrain to restrict the Carthage people from using their advantage in numbers. At the same time, he used the chessboard formation to fully display the advantage of our army, greatly suppressing the Holy Regiment's performance. In the end, we won a great victory with fewer troops than more. Your Majesty, your firm decision to choose Prososus as the commander of Sicily was indeed a wise decision. The Carthaginian commander's stupidity is also one of the main reasons why Prososus was able to obtain such a victory. Hieronymus, the military training officer, suddenly said. Devers glanced at him, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Prososus's talent had even made the diligent and down-to-earth Hieronymus jealous. Of course, this also had to do with Prososus's qualifications. He was neither a mercenary from Persia, nor a citizen from Thurii, a Mandolan. As a former free man, he could become a commander at such a young age and achieve such a glorious victory independently. This indeed made the veteran generals who followed Devers to Greece feel uneasy. However, Devers would never give up on promoting and using Prososus because of their uneasiness and jealousy. On the contrary, he would put him in more important positions. After all, Devers knew very well that the grand goal he had set in his heart determined that he could not rely on himself to defeat the many powerful forces in the Mediterranean Sea. He needed to know the right people, so as to obtain more excellent subordinates and build a vast kingdom. At the same time, he needed more outstanding generals with different backgrounds to change the situation where the Dionysian army was mainly controlled by former mercenary generals. Devers suppressed these thoughts at the bottom of his heart and slowly said, Sicily has Prosoius and Sicerian, Downey has Alexis, so I don't need to worry about these places anymore. However, the situation in the Latin region is not optimistic. At the mention of Latin, Helos, Felicius, and the others all looked solemn. Now that the Roman army had taken Signia and Allegnia, they were stepping up their attack on Ferentinum. Although the Hellenigi and Wolsey reinforcements were stubbornly defending, from the current situation, the fall of Ferentinum was only a matter of time. As long as Ferentinum fell, the Hellenigi would be destroyed in a matter of days, and the Wolsey reinforcements trapped in Furentum would not be able to escape their doom. When that time came, the Wolsey, who had suffered heavy losses and did not have enough soldiers, would not be able to resist the attacks of Rome from both sides. In the end, the Romans would have complete control over the entire Latin region. Therefore, during this period of time, messengers from the Hellenigi and Wolsey kept coming to the palace to see King Devers, asking for reinforcements. "Your Majesty, Amintas only has 1 legion. Right now, the Wolsey region is under his protection. He does not dare to leave without permission to help the Hellenigi," Felicius defended his old friend. "This has nothing to do with Amintas. He has done his best." Devers waved his hand and walked to the map in the middle of the conference room. Gazing at the flat area in the middle of the Italian peninsula, he said in a deep voice, "I believe we all understand that the biggest threat to the kingdom now is not the procrastinating Carthage, who has endless internal conflicts, nor the weak Samnese who can only cause small troubles, nor is it the troublesome Sparta across the Adriatic Sea. It is Rome. Rome has a unified understanding, has strong citizens, and is concentrating all of its power to achieve its goal. If we don't eliminate it now, it will be a big problem for the kingdom in the future." Devers tapped the icon of Rome on the map with his fingers and said firmly, "Therefore, I have decided to personally lead the 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, Legio V, Legio VI, and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to the Latin region to meet with the 1st Legion and the 1st Cavalry Legion. We will completely eliminate Rome, the strongest enemy in the north of the kingdom." Helos, Felicius, Hieronymus, the ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs, looked at each other solemnly. They knew that what Devers said was very important. For a moment, no one dared to express their approval or disapproval. Instead, it was Alpines, the chief of military supplies, who asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Ministry of Military Affairs cannot provide such a large number of rations for such a large army to fight in Latin." Devers explained unhurriedly, "The 2nd batch of grain aid from the Pharaoh of Egypt has been delivered to the port 2 days ago. It has been stored in the warehouse of the Thurii port and has not been touched yet. A large amount of food donated by the Thurii merchants has filled the barn, and the food donated by the Lygium merchants from the Yoke Galaxy is already on its way back. It is reported that the amount is no less than the Thurii merchants. Besides, I've asked Buccos. The people of the kingdom have replanted beans such as peas and lentils, as well as vegetables such as carrots, radishes, pumpkins, and lettuce. These can fill up part of the food shortage. Even so, since some of the food still needs to be supplied to the Sicilian army and Tony army, I'm afraid that the remaining food will only be enough for your army for 1 to 2 months, Your Majesty," Alpines reminded seriously. Devers already had a plan. He said calmly, 1 month is enough. The food will be provided by the Latin people." The people in the room looked at each other again. Of course, they understood what Devers meant. Back when they were fleeing from Persia, the Greek mercenaries often did this. "Your Majesty," Felicius finally asked, "you've taken so many troops with you. What if the people of Carthage reorganize their army, choose a smart commander, and attack Sicily again? Judging from the current situation of Carthage, if their Senate wants to unify again and send an army to Sicily, I'm afraid that it will take more than 1 or 2 months. Also, the intelligence department of Dionia will instigate the atmosphere of peace talks in Carthage and disrupt the order of the people of Carthage." When Devers said this, everyone looked at Aristyras, who was standing outside the door. Literature Hall. Chapter 746. If the situation is not as I expected, Carthage will still send reinforcements to Sicily, and Prososus will be outnumbered. Then we can send the 7th Legion, or even the 10th Legion under Alexis to Sicily to strengthen the forces there. The Samni have suffered heavy losses, and their strength is no longer a threat. Alexis will not need to keep too many troops. The Devers looked around and said seriously, "Now Dionia is at war with 3 other forces. Although we can deal with them, we can't evenly distribute our forces. That will only prolong the war and increase the consumption of our national strength. We should focus our forces on one of them before our opponents show their strength. Only then can we alleviate the current situation and free up our hands to deal with the other enemies. The Devers paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, he continued, "But who should we focus our forces on first? Of course, it can't be Carthage. It is strong and has a vast territory. The war with it will not end in a short period of time. Although the Samni are the weakest of the three forces, their homes are also in the mountains. So far, we have been luring them to fight on the plains and try to avoid fighting in the mountains, because that is what they are good at. If we don't destroy their homes, we will not be able to completely conquer them. The current situation requires us to be cautious. For the time being, we should not attack the Samni mountains that we are not familiar with. Finally, Rome." The Devers pointed at the map again. "Although Rome is not weak, its forces are mainly concentrated in the northern region of Latin. That is a relatively flat river plain, which is advantageous for us to fight. The coastal areas of Latin are mostly flat beaches, and Rome's navy is not strong, which is advantageous for us to land troops and transport supplies and food. For the past few decades, Rome has been expanding everywhere and has made many enemies with the surrounding forces. This is advantageous for us to unite them and fight against Rome together." After the Devers finished, the ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were convinced by him. Helos immediately said, "Your Majesty, after we go back, we will start preparing for the war against Rome. Move fast." Divers reminded, "We must take advantage of the fact that Rome has not yet destroyed the Hernici. Their main forces are still in the east. We must gather our army and launch a swift and violent attack to annihilate their scattered forces in the west. We must capture their Latin allies and weaken their power. Finally, we will attack Rome and fight it. I will strive to destroy its forces within half a year, and bring Rome and the surrounding Latin states under the kingdom's rule. You should know that after such a large-scale war, there are more than 100,000 soldiers who need military rewards, especially those who have not come of age for long and have not yet received their fief. But now, other than the Downey region, there is no land left in the other regions of the kingdom, so the Latin region." Helos and the others immediately understood what the Devers meant. Whether it was for public or private reasons, this strengthened their determination to support the Devers' decision to lead the army to the north. "Your Majesty, your expedition to the Latin region is of great importance. I am afraid that the Senate may not necessarily approve this decision," Felicius reminded. Indeed, the last time the Devers led the army was 10 years ago against the Mashapi-Puchetti coalition army, which laid the foundation for the kingdom of Dionia's final conquest of the entire Apulia region. 10 years had passed, and the senators were probably used to the Devers being in the palace and the Senate. Now that he was the king, he had a noble status, and the senators would be worried if he personally took the risk, and there was also the huge consumption of food. The Devers smiled and said nonchalantly, "So I have to convince you first, and I have a lot of votes in favor." Helos, Felicius, and the others also smiled. In the Senate of Dionia, senators who came from the army made up a large proportion. Next, I will first talk to the 5 rotating president. As for the other senators, I think they will not refuse in the end, because once Rome is conquered, they will be provided with a lot of administrative positions. The Devers were very confident in convincing the Senate. At this time, Tormid raised a question. "Your Majesty, the Legio III is defending Cautini in Campania. If it is transferred away, what if Cautini enters the Campanian alliance again?" "Isn't that just right?" The Devers replied calmly. "Ever since Cautini exchanged their soldiers, there has been no movement. If we can lure them out, it will also put us at ease. Moreover, in the current situation, we can't just rely on us to protect the Campanian alliance. It is time for the Campanians to share the burden for us." After discussing the matter of the army's expedition to the north for a while, Helos and the others bid farewell and left. The Ministry of Military Affairs would be unusually busy from now on, because they had to mobilize soldiers, assemble the legions, mobilize the fleets, gather the military rations, and so on. A series of complicated matters had to be completed as soon as possible. Ever since Adoris moved out of the king's mansion of the Devers with the reason that he had grown up and could support himself, his room had been empty. However, he moved back in these few days, not because he missed his adoptive parents, but because he was injured. In the Battle of Venosa, he violated the military law. After the battle, the platoon leader reported his performance to the division. The commander of the 2nd Division, Matones, was put in a difficult position after reading the report. He wanted to suppress the matter, but he realized that he might not be able to hide it from the Devers, so he went to see the king and explained the situation. After hearing this, the Devers was very angry and said without hesitation, "I can't ignore the military law just because he is my child. If I let him go, what will the other soldiers think? Will they still strictly follow orders and follow your commands?" In fact, the Devers wanted to use this severe punishment to make Adoris remember that he must listen to orders in battle and work closely with his comrades, instead of just killing enemies and doing risky things. This was also for the sake of his safety. Therefore, Matones had no choice but to announce that according to the military law, Adoris would be punished with the rod. 20 solid strikes of the rod made the skin on Adoris's buttocks split open, and it was difficult for him to even walk. When Kristoia heard this, she was heartbroken. Regardless of whether Adoris agreed or not, she forced him to move back to the mansion so that it would be easier to take care of him and treat him. Adoris couldn't dissuade his adoptive mother, so he could only go back to his original place obediently. Thud! 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 "Come in." Seeing that it was Crotocatax who walked in, Adoris heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't in a hurry to cover his swollen buttocks with a blanket, and said listlessly, "Clotho, it's you." "Brother, who else do you think it is? Edwy?" Crotocatax smiled slyly. "Nonsense. What do you know?" Adoris glared at him. "I know quite a lot." Crotocatax blinked mischievously. "You and Elder Torlex's daughter, Edwy, are together. Mother has already come forward to talk to Torlex and set your marriage with Edwy for April, but now it might be delayed until the end of the year. Yesterday, she even specially came to see you. I think she's worried that if you get beaten up, you won't be able to have a child with her." Back then, Agnes' brother wanted to marry the Devers, but Kristoia used her connections to set up matchmaking sessions for Adoris. In the end, Adoris took a fancy to Torlex's gentle and beautiful daughter. Torlex used to be the leader of a large tribe in Puchetti, and his family was quite influential in the Puchetti region. After becoming an elder of Dionia, he had been rather low-key. Whether it was for the political purpose of winning over the Puchetti people, or because they hoped to have a virtuous daughter-in-law, the Devers were quite satisfied, so the marriage was quickly set. "Damn you, Clotho!" Adoris pressed his hands on the bed and propped himself up. He wanted to teach his brother a lesson, but who knew that he would immediately cover his buttocks and cry out, "Ouch, ouch!" "Brother, are you all right?" Crotocatax hurried over and asked with concern. Adoris took the opportunity to grab him and lightly knocked his head twice. He even scolded, "Clotho, you've become bad now. Be careful that I don't tell on you to Mother." "Brother, I'm afraid of you. I'll leave now, all right? But don't expect to hear any good news." With that, Crotocatax walked out. "Wait, Clotho. What good news?" "My dear brother, since I'm injured, tell me quickly, what good news is it?" Seeing Adoris's pleading eyes, Crotocatax returned to his seat and said with a slightly proud expression, "Brother, Father is going to personally lead a huge army consisting of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, 5th Legion, Legio VI, and the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions to the Latin region to fight against Rome. Really? Adoris immediately became excited when he heard that. Of course it's true. This morning, Father's decision has been approved by the Senate. I believe it won't be long before the army departs. Clodo Catax said with the same excited expression. That's great. Finally, there's a war. Adoris clenched his fist in excitement. Clodo Catax looked at Adoris, who was sitting carefully on the bed with his buttocks in the air. He could not help but remind him, "Brother, I'm afraid that when the army departs, your injuries will not be healed yet." Literature Library. Chapter 747. I'll be fine by then. I'm almost fine now. If you don't believe me, look. Adoris stood up and took a few steps to prove that he was telling the truth. Clodo Catax held back his laughter and said, "Brother, it's useless to tell me. The key is to get father and mother to agree." Adoris was a little depressed. He knew that his poor performance in the last battle had worried the Devers and Christoia, so he had no choice but to ask his brother for help. "Clotho, father and mother love you the most. You have to help me. Ask them to let me join this expedition." Although Clodo Catax was 4 years younger than Adoris and had just reached adulthood, he had been taught by the Devers from time to time for the past 2 years. His political sense was much better than Adoris's. He knew very well that unless Adoris was seriously injured, it was impossible for his father not to bring him to the expedition. Otherwise, it would give some people the wrong impression that Adoris was using his father's influence to deliberately avoid participating in such an important war. This would greatly affect Adoris's future development. But Clodo Catax pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Brother, you know father's temper. Clotho, you have to help me. As long as you can convince father to let me follow the army to Latin, I will do my best to help you in the future." Adoris pleaded. Then, "All right, I'll try." Seeing Adoris, who usually liked to lecture him as his big brother, begging him for help, Clodo Catax felt very comfortable. In the inner city of Turin, in the mansion that Sostatus had inherited from his father, Cunigurata, there were more than 20 people gathered in the hall. They were all well-known merchants in the Turin region. At the moment, everyone was excited. Their eyes were eagerly looking at Sostatus, who was sitting in the middle. Someone shouted impatiently, "Sostatus, almost everyone is here. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tell us, what is it that you want to discuss with us?" "Yes, hurry up and tell us. Is His Majesty going to reward us for donating food for free?" Another person shouted. The merchants all agreed. Sostatus heard this and looked at Dios on his left. Dios was one of the largest merchants in the kingdom of Dionia. He owned 3 iron workshops in Lucania municipality, 1 copper workshop in Turin, and 2 weapon workshops in Turin and Amendola. He also had weapon shops and ironware shops in cities throughout the kingdom. Most of the high-quality weapons and armors he produced were monopolized by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the citizen army. He was also a specialized supplier of surgical instruments to various hospitals in the kingdom, and the daily ironware he produced was widely popular among the people. In addition, his family also produced ironware for large-scale public works. Because of this, he was received and praised by the King of Devers many times. He was also close to the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Construction. He also frequently donated money to the public buildings in the kingdom. Not only did he have a high prestige among the merchants of the kingdom, but he was also respected by the people. Therefore, he was elected as the chairman of the local council in Turin many times. But in fact, Dios was not very interested in politics. He was more obsessed with his own business. He was passionate about how to raise the temperature of the furnace, improve the ironware process, improve the quality of ironware, design sharper and more practical weapons, and build better armors. He knew that in the kingdom of Dionia, which valued military and technology, as long as he maintained advanced technology, he would always be valued by the king and ministers. For this reason, not only did he hire good blacksmiths and blacksmiths with high salaries, but he also donated to the Dionia Academy many times. He cooperated with scholars, provided experimental funds, and shared technical patents. Therefore, under Sostatus's questioning gaze, Dios shook his head and gestured for him to continue. Sostatus had no choice but to turn to look at Dicboris on his right. Speaking of which, Dicboris was the first merchant to come to Dionia to do business. He was also the first merchant to decide to stay and become a citizen. Dicboris was enthusiastic and sociable. Many foreign merchants came to Turin under his persuasion and eventually became citizens of Dionia. Of course, Dios was among them. But in fact, Dicboris was not a very powerful merchant at first. He was an ordinary merchant who made and sold pottery. Pottery was a daily necessity widely used by the people of the Mediterranean, and it was the most common handicraft in the Greek city-states. This was because most Greek city-states did not have fertile land and could not produce abundant food. Wine and olive oil became their specialties, and they sold these goods in exchange for food. Containers to hold these two liquid commodities inevitably became another focus of the city-states' development. Therefore, many Greek city-states had merchants who made pottery, but the most famous pottery was produced in Athens. Using high-quality clay from Attica, the people of Athens, after a long period of exploration, created black pottery with red decorative paintings. Not only was it of high quality, but the patterns on the bottles were exquisite and creative, making it the leader of the industry. The second was the black pottery made by Corinth, and they also pioneered the creation of exquisite bottle paintings on pottery. At the same time, the entire pottery industry was highly organized. The pottery they produced almost accounted for most of the pottery sales in the Mediterranean. It was not until 100 years later that the pottery industry of Athens overtook them. Born in Crete, Dicboris did not have any technical advantages in pottery, but with his vision and decisiveness, when the Dionia Union was just established and Turin was in dire need of repair, he moved all his belongings to the artisanal area of Amendola and began to sell the cheap pottery he produced to the ordinary people of Dionia who were rebuilding their homes. Gradually, he gained some fame. After that, with the establishment of the kingdom, the expansion of the territory, the increase of the population, and the expansion of the market, the sales of his pottery also increased explosively. At the same time, the low-interest loans from Kristoia's bank also gave him the confidence to expand and upgrade his pottery workshop. Not only did he establish pottery workshops in several places in the kingdom with high-quality clay, but he also poached excellent potters from Greece with high salaries. At that time, the turbulent situation and frequent wars in Greece also provided a good opportunity for him to poach. Since then, the pottery he sold began to dabble in high-end products. More importantly, Dicboris improved his management and organizational model of the pottery industry, as well as the entire process flow. Of course, this was not his invention. First, let's talk about the management and organizational model of the handicraft industry. Before the establishment of Dionia, each city-state in Greece was a city, and most of the city-state merchants' industries were concentrated in one city. Because of the large number of small people and limited resources, even if a merchant had financial resources, his industry could not be very large. Of course, it was easier to manage. Even in the economically prosperous Athens, there were no large factories. But in Dionia, such a vast and populous kingdom in the Greek world, there were also a large number of free people who were willing to settle down there, providing fertile soil for the establishment of large factories. The chain management model of Kristoia's bank and Kristoia's restaurant, which were spread throughout the cities of the kingdom, gave the merchants of the kingdom a great inspiration, so that they could break the conservative business thinking that their industry was fixed in one city in the past. Thus, they dared to carry out the industrial layout in a vast area, and through the pyramid-style hierarchical responsibility system, they carried out effective management. Let's talk about the fine division of labor in the process flow. The pottery industry was already a highly organized industry in the Greek handicraft industry, but it still could not be separated from the tradition of a family workshop. From digging clay, transporting clay, molding, lighting the fire, burning the pottery, painting on the screen, engraving, a potter had to participate in most of the processes, which undoubtedly made the production of pottery inefficient. In order to make Dionia's weapons and armor meet the needs of the army as soon as possible, Devers taught Dios and other kingdom arms merchants the method of fine division of labor in the production process, which greatly increased the production of weapons. This method was quickly adopted by the merchants of other kingdoms. Of course, Dionia also carried out a fine division of labor in his pottery workshop. Every process was handled by a specialized person, which greatly improved the quality and production of pottery, and correspondingly lowered the price. This made Dionia's pottery more popular among the people of the kingdom, occupying more than half of the domestic pottery sales. The pottery of other cities, except for a small number of high-end pottery from Athens, could not compete with Dionia at all in the kingdom. He had become a veritable Dionia pottery merchant. Of course, Dionia, like other Turkish merchants, was busy completing the upgrading of the industry and occupying the ever-expanding kingdom's market. His external sales relied more on marketing agents led by Sostatus. This was also one of the reasons why Dionia, who was rich and had a wide network of friends, was willing to let Sostatus be the president of the Turkish Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the more important reason was that Sostatus's father, Cunogorata, was a trusted minister of the king of Devers. Even if he had passed away, Sostatus could still rely on his father's influence to enter the palace and the Ministry of Commerce from time to time, preemptively obtaining some business information and fighting for some preferential treatment for the Chamber of Commerce, such as this time. So Dionia smiled and said, "Sostatus, you don't have to be so polite. You're the president, and this good thing was achieved through the hard work of everyone. Of course, you should be the one to announce it." Chapter 748. Since the two most important Turii merchants had chosen to be courteous, Sostatus no longer refused. When he stood up, the other merchants stopped whispering and listened attentively to him with respect. This respect was not only because of his background, but also because of his own ability, even though he was the youngest among the merchants. "Everyone, I'll make it short so that I don't waste your time making money." As soon as Sostatus spoke, laughter erupted around him. After the food that we spent a lot of money on arrived at the port, His Majesty summoned me to express his gratitude for our generous donation. At the same time, he also said that because of this food, he had the opportunity to personally lead an army to conquer Rome in central Italy. He hoped that we, the Turii merchants who donated food, would follow his army to the expedition. What? We've already donated so much food, and he wants us to continue providing for the army? Calmades, the wine merchant, shouted in dissatisfaction before Sostatus could finish. "Shut up, Calmades." Sostatus glared at him and warned, "Whether it's out of stupidity or other reasons, don't insult the great king of Devers again, or get out of here." "That's right, the great king of Devers is not to be insulted," Dios emphasized loudly, and the crowd echoed him. Most of the merchants in the kingdom of Dionia respected the king of Devers, not only because the bank established by his wife, Christoia, had a huge impact on the kingdom's commerce, but also because of the new business management model and the meticulous division of labor process that he invented, which was an unprecedented innovation in Dionia's commerce. Therefore, some merchants even believed that the Devers were not only the descendants of Hades, but also favored by Hermes. Calmades is absolutely not disrespectful to the king of Devers. He's just worried that he'll have to make endless donations for the army's expedition. The shipbuilder, Micras, defended his friend. Micras was the cousin of Enanilus, and Calmades was the son of Oriphis. Both of them were prominent families of the original Turii. They were related by marriage and had close contact. Back then, because of the Polixus case, both Enanilus and Oriphis were implicated and imprisoned, but their families and businesses were not affected too much. It was only their political status that plummeted, so it was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable. In truth, both Enanilus and Oriphis had been released a few years ago due to the completion of their sentences, but because of the scandal, for the sake of their families, it was no longer appropriate for them to appear in public again. "Looks like you two are really stupid." Sebinus, the slave trader, stood up. He was the one who had urged Sostatus to speak. The merchant was tall and rough, and his words were harsh, but people were still willing to be close to him because he could always provide satisfactory slaves. The great demand for slaves in the kingdom of Dionia made Sebinus, who had a rich source of slaves, a lot of money. At this moment, he laughed loudly. "Don't you understand? This is the reward for the food that His Majesty the Devers has given us. Since the establishment of Dionia, when has the army needed us merchants to accompany them? Never before, but now we do. This means that we can get the captives captured by the powerful king's regiment at the most favorable price in time. We can also get the spoils of war obtained by the army at the most favorable price. We can get the shops in the towns occupied by the army at the most favorable price and have the priority to occupy the market." Sebinus's impassioned words made everyone's eyes shine. Some even shouted excitedly, "Victory to His Majesty the Devers!" Calmades could not help but whisper, "Don't be happy too early. This expedition may not necessarily be victorious." However, it happened to be heard by the wool textile merchant, Phrasius, who was next to him. Phrasius was originally a cloth merchant from the island of Wyberia. After coming to Thurii to do business, he found that the wool of Dionia was not only of high quality, but also cheap and abundant, because of the two excellent pastures in Lucania and Bruttii. Therefore, he chose to settle down and become a citizen of Dionia. He began to change to wool textiles, by taking a loan from the Christoia Bank, abandoning the traditional model of a family workshop, and carrying out the meticulous management of large factories. His clothing factory quickly expanded rapidly. The wool blankets, luxurious wool gowns, and wool tunics were very popular with the people of Dionia and were exported to other inland city-states. Thus, he became a big merchant. Therefore, after hearing Calmades' words, he immediately retorted loudly, "Under the leadership of His Majesty the Devers, when has our army ever been defeated? It is not the attitude of a citizen of Dionia to look forward to the defeat of the king team." Facing the dissatisfied gazes of the others, Calmades hurriedly explained, I hope that the army will not be too careless because I heard that Rome is a very powerful city-state. I heard that this expedition to Rome consists of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th Legio 6, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions." Sostatus interrupted him and said loudly, "This is an army of nearly 60,000 soldiers. Everyone, I remember that even the Battle of Crotone and the Battle of Brindisi, that is, during the conquest of Apulia by the Devers, there was never such a large number of soldiers sent out. No matter how powerful Rome is, how can it resist such a powerful army of Dionia? Sostatus is right. This will be another great victory. No wonder you are so excited. It turns out that you already knew about this news. This time, you will get a lot of cheap Latin slaves and make a fortune. What are the rest of you still hesitating for?" With Dick Boris adding fuel to the fire, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively. The merchants all expressed that they would personally follow the army of the King of Devers to Latin to open a new trading base for their own industries in central Italy. Amidst the noisy chatter, Phrasius's question made everyone turn their attention to Sostatus again. "Guild leader, is it true that only the merchants from Tulii will follow the army to raid him?" "Of course not." Sostatus looked a little helpless. "And the merchants of Ligium, because they have also donated a large amount of food to the kingdom for free." Sigh. Everyone sighed in frustration. At this time Dios spoke. You do not have to worry. Latin has a vast territory and many city-states. Even with the addition of the merchants of Ligium, there is still enough profit for us to earn. Moreover, the merchants of Ligium are very different from us. Most of their merchants are engaged in transshipment trade, warehousing, and hotel services. This is due to the fact that Ligium's land is barren and narrow, and its special geographical location near the most important trade route in the Mediterranean Sea. On the other hand, we rely on real goods to earn profit. There is not much conflict of interest between both parties. On the contrary, we can strengthen our cooperation. What Dios said makes sense. I heard that the city-states by the sea in the Latin region are backward in economy and have poor trade. Their ports are small and poor, and they can be handed over to the Ligium people, who are the best at operating ports to expand and manage. My men and slaves can also stay in their hotels. With them in charge of transportation, it will save a lot of trouble. Sabinus' words made the gloomy expressions on the merchants' faces dissipate. In fact, the participation of the merchants of Ligium did not affect most of the merchants of Thurii much, but there was still competition for a small number of people. For example, the transportation and transshipment trade of the fleet was in direct competition with Sostatus' main business. However, Sostatus was very broad-minded and confident. In fact, he had long set his eyes on the transshipment trade of the merchants of Ligium. He wanted to strengthen and upgrade his own fleet through poaching and purchasing people, and expand the channels of external marketing. However, Ligium was a free city in the past, and the merchants of Ligium were monolithic. It was not easy to get close to them. Now that the city had been completely annexed to the kingdom, and with the opportunity of this expedition, it was convenient for him to get close to the merchants of Ligium. He believed that he would gain a lot. However, for the shipbuilder Micras, the participation of the merchants of Ligium would be a great pressure because he was facing competition from the in-laws of the king of Devers, Alcibiades. When Micras' cousin, Enanilus, was the commander of the navy of Dionia, Alcibiades' shipyard was invited to enter Thurii by the king of Devers. Due to Enanilus' poor management, the quality of the warships and ordinary ships manufactured by the family shipyard had declined, so Alcibiades' shipyard had snatched a lot of the market share. Coupled with his fall, the shipbuilders and laborers of the family shipyard were even more panicked. As a result, many of them were poached by their competitors. When Micras took over, the efficiency of his shipyard was not as good as before. Fortunately, he made up his mind and carried out strict management of the shipyard. He also actively improved the technology, greatly improving the quality of the ships and regaining some of the share of shipbuilding. However, it was far from being able to compete with Alcibiades' shipyard. At this time, the Ministry of Military Affairs also began to give orders to Micras to build warships, and bluntly told him that it was the king's decree. As a result, others thought that Enanilus' family had been forgiven by the king of Devers, and they began to take the initiative to contact Micras, causing the sales of the ships manufactured by him to soar. The family, which had decades of shipbuilding history in Thurii, was revitalized. Chapter 749. While Micras and his people were grateful to the Devers, they also analyzed why the Devers would lend a helping hand. In addition to showing that the king treated all the people of Dionia equally and had no intention of deliberately excluding the Thurii citizens, it might also be related to the fact that Ligium was only a free city of Dionia. Even if Alcibiades' sister, Agnes, was the princess of Dionia, Ligium was not fully integrated into the kingdom of Dionia. The shrewd king of the Devers would not make such a mistake and let the Ligium completely occupy the majority of the shipbuilding industry in the kingdom of Dionia, and even monopolize the manufacture of warships for the safety of the kingdom's coast. Because even the orders for the weapons and armor needed by the legion were not only given to Dios by the Ministry of Military Affairs, but also to several weapon manufacturers. After understanding this, Micras actively cooperated with the Ministry of Military Affairs to improve the warships they manufactured. The fast triple-oared warships used by the Navy were the first to be manufactured by their shipyard. But now Ligwim was also fully integrated into Dionia. Micras felt a headache when he thought of this. But he quickly cheered up because according to his observations over the years, the king of the Devers was fair and did not show too much favoritism just because Alcibiades was his relative. Coupled with his good relationship with the Ministry of Military Affairs over the years, he believed that he would also be treated fairly by the king of the Devers in the Latin region. At worst, it would be a fair competition. Micras was not afraid of this. With the advantage of being a citizen of Dionia and a former Turii, he had a lot of cooperation with the Dionia Academy. He often provided places and conditions for inspired scholars to experiment, and some of the things they invented also helped him improve the technology and efficiency of shipbuilding. He also created some special new ships, such as the fast triple-oared warship, and the iron ship that was now being tested. At this moment, a servant came in and reported to Sostatus, "Master, Agumus is here." "Quick, let him in," Sostatus said quickly. Everyone hurriedly looked out of the hall. "Everyone, I'm sorry I'm late." Accompanied by the rough and slightly stiff Greek accent, a tall and strong middle-aged man strode into the hall. Agumus, formerly known as Agumu, was a Briti. He first engaged in the business of medicinal herbs because after the Briti merged into the Dionia alliance, the tribe entrusted him to sell the medicinal herbs they dug up from the Cosenza Plateau to the Turii market in exchange for food and daily necessities that the tribe urgently needed. Through his integrity and intelligence, as well as his cooperation with the Dionia School of Medicine, he had worked tirelessly to open up business channels. Now, he had settled down in Turii and became the largest medicinal herb merchant in the kingdom of Dionia. He had even changed his name to Agmus to show that he had completely integrated into the main culture of the kingdom. "You don't have to apologize, Argus. You didn't arrive on time today, so we thought you must have something important to attend to." "That's right." The others also took the initiative to excuse him. After all, Agumus had always been early in the past gatherings. "No matter what the reason is, I'm late. I'll host the banquet tonight as an apology," Agumus said straightforwardly. "Agumus, no one is competing with you. You'll have to pay for the banquet tonight," Sabanus said loudly. The crowd burst into laughter. As a foreigner, Agumus was able to blend into the circle of the Turii Merchant Guild because of his generosity and willingness to help others. If the merchants or their relatives were sick, as long as he knew about it, he would quickly deliver good and fresh medicinal herbs according to the doctor's prescription. Therefore, he was very popular. "I've long been looking forward to hosting another banquet for everyone." Agumus smiled and said, "The reason I'm late is that Sir Alpines from the Ministry of Military Affairs found me. He hopes that I can provide sufficient medicinal herbs for the army going north. I'm afraid today's gathering is about His Majesty the Devers allowing us, the Turii merchants, to follow the army. Since you already know, it saves me the trouble of repeating it again," Sostatus said with a smile. "Agumus, you're really good at making medicinal herbs. With the medical skills of our kingdom, no other medicinal herb merchant can compete with you when your medicinal herbs reach Ligium," Sabanus said loudly in envy. "No one can compete, but no one will buy either." Agumus shrugged and said seriously, "I'm afraid it'll take time for the people there to receive treatment from the Dionia doctors and take the medicine prescribed by them." While they were talking, the servant came in again and whispered something in Sostatus' ear. Sostatus frowned and said, "Everyone, Enipias is here." "Enipias is always late. I wonder how he became a famous stone merchant in Turii," Sabanus said with dissatisfaction. "It's because his family has been engaged in stone quarrying and carving for a long time. They have many experienced stonemasons and skilled carvers. They also took advantage of the rapid expansion of the kingdom and the construction of public works in various cities to easily amass a lot of wealth. Otherwise someone said in disdain. As the president, Sostatus couldn't casually judge the other members of the merchant guild. He changed the topic and said in a serious tone, "Leocrate came with Enipias. Why is he here?" Dick Boris looked surprised. "I'm afraid it's because we're going to war with His Majesty," Dios answered uncertainly. "This is the reward that His Majesty the Devers has given to us Turii merchants. The Crotone merchants have not contributed anything to the kingdom, yet they want to get benefits." "What a delusion!" Phorcys said angrily. His words also caused the other merchants to be angry. Micras asked doubtfully, "This should be a secret. How did he know about it?" "Enipias must have told him," Sabanus pointed out. "Enipias won't know what we're discussing today," Calmades defended the stone merchant, because they were all old Turii. "Secret? Then how did Agumus know?" Sabanus retorted. "In any case, today is an important meeting of our merchant guild. It's not suitable for an outsider to participate." Dick Boris looked at Sostatus and suggested seriously. Sostatus nodded. "I'm so sorry. My master said that he's now discussing something very important with a guest. He doesn't have extra time to meet you today." Outside Sostatus's mansion, his servant was speaking politely, but he had an unapproachable expression on his face. Enipias immediately shrugged and said helplessly, "It seems that they don't want to see you at this time. I can't do anything about it." However, Leocrat didn't seem depressed as he calmly said, "As for the stone and statues that you want to supply to the Colosseum that my Chamber of Commerce donated to build, my promise is still valid." Enipias looked delighted. Leocrate suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and turned to leave. As the chairman of the merchant guild in Clotho, Leocrate knew that the king of Devers allowing merchants to follow the army to the Latin region would provide a huge business opportunity, but it was obvious that the Turii merchants were unwilling to share it with others. However, since the Turii merchants could obtain such an opportunity by donating food, the Crotone Merchant Guild could do the same. With this in mind, Leocrate stopped and looked back at Sostatus' mansion. Another key problem occurred to him. The overall financial resources of the Crotone merchants, who had suffered the crisis of the destruction of their city, were far from comparable to the Turii Merchant Guild located in the heart of the kingdom. They might not be able to donate such a huge amount of food to the kingdom. Perhaps I should contact the Cyril Merchant Guild and the Trine Merchant Guild, to raise funds and donate a much larger amount of food than the Turii Merchant Guild to obtain permission to go to the Latin region. But this must be done immediately because the day of the army's departure was not far away. Thinking of this, Leocrat became anxious and actually started to run. As the herald and chief intelligence officer of the Devers, Aristyras was the Devers' most trusted confidant. Many powerful elders dared not belittle him, but he usually kept a low profile. The mansion he lived in was not big, and it was no different from the houses of ordinary citizens. It was a square courtyard with a pond and garden in the middle. The main building faced the north. On one side was the servants' bungalow, on the other side was Aristyras' study and living room, and on the south was the courtyard gate. It was very simple. The only commendable thing about the courtyard was that it was located at the foot of the south of the king's hill. Not only could he rush to the palace or the king's mansion in a short period of time, he could also report important information to the Devers in a timely manner. There were also palace guards patrolling the area all day long. It was a great guarantee of safety. However, Aristyras' younger brother, Androporus, obviously did not think so. "Big brother, your place is too shabby. If others see it, they won't believe that this is the place where an important minister of the kingdom lives. You don't have to suffer like this. I'm just a herald, not an important minister of the kingdom. Why do I have to live so luxuriously? Besides, if I get tired of living here, I can stay in the villa for a while." Aristyras said disapprovingly. Chapter 750. Living in a villa was a trend in the kingdom of Dionia in recent years. It originated from the Devers. He built a villa on a hill not far from the Turii hot springs. During the hottest time of summer, he would bring his family to the northern mountains to escape the heat, relax, and soak in the hot springs. The children loved it very much. After a few banquets, the senators and ministers discovered the benefits of living in a villa. The hills in the northern mountains, which were sparsely populated, barren, and rugged, soon became a hot commodity. The rich and influential citizens of Turii lined up to buy them from the Ministry of Agriculture. In the end, the local Turii parliament had to pass a bill to restrict the oversale of the mountains in Turii territory. The area of the mountains for sale was also strictly regulated, and trees in other areas were not allowed to be cut down at will. The citizens of Turii had no choice but to turn their attention to Amendolara, Abyssinia, and Castellan in the core areas of Turii. Soon, the local councils of these three towns were forced to restrict the sale of the mountains. In the end, the trend swept the whole kingdom, causing the Senate to specially enact a clause in the law of the Kingdom of Dionia on the sale of mountains and the construction of villas. Antiporus was just expressing his concern in this way. He knew that his brother had a firm character, and was not someone who could be easily persuaded. Just like how he once advised Aristyras to propose to His Majesty the Devers that he no longer be the chief of intelligence but an administrative officer. He believed that with his brother's talent, he could have a more brilliant future. However, Aristyras sternly refused and warned him not to mention the matter again. Antiporus did not say anything, but Aristyras asked, "What are you here for today? Brother, can't I come to see you today?" Antiporus said discontentedly, "Polaris is here." With a kind shout, a woman came out of the main building. "Sister-in-law." Antiporus called out respectfully. It was Aristyras' wife, Asuna. "You haven't been to our house for a long time," Asuna said with a smile, pretending to blame him. "Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to come, but haven't I been working elsewhere for the past few years? I just came back from Hibernian last month, and I've been busy with all kinds of handover procedures. See, I rushed over as soon as I was done," Andrapolis quickly explained. "Since it's rare for you to come here, let's have dinner at home tonight. I have already asked the servants to prepare. Call your sister-in-law, Corias, and Riria, Asuna's daughter, also misses her brother and ducks. Let's have a good family gathering tonight," Asuna said enthusiastically. Andraporis looked at his brother. He knew that Aristyras rarely held gatherings at home. But at this moment Aristyras quickly said, "Your sister-in-law has spoken. Quickly send a servant home and call your sister-in-law and children over." Asuna looked at her husband, smiled charmingly, and then said, "Princess Kristoya has something urgent for me to do. I will rush back in the afternoon. You two can chat at home." "Okay, sister-in-law, you go ahead." Andrapolis had a smile on his face as he watched Asuna leave the house with the two female slaves. As a senator of the Senate, he was so respectful to Asuna, not only because she was his sister-in-law, but also because she used to be Kristoya's personal slave and was still the princess's capable assistant in business. She was deeply trusted by the king of Devers and his family. In addition, Aristyras was the king of Devers's confidant, so it was not wrong for Antiporus to say that his brother was an important minister of the kingdom. Many senators and city administrators seemed to be prominent, but in the heart of the powerful king of Devers, they were not as important as a word from the couple. However, Aristyras and his wife usually kept a low profile and rarely interacted with others. Aristyras, who had always been cold to everyone, was gentle to his wife. He always let Asuna make the decisions on family matters. It was said that Asuna had taken the initiative to pursue him, and with Princess Kristoya's matchmaking, the two ended up together. Antiporus thought that this rumor was very credible. Otherwise, with his brother's cold personality, he would probably still be single. Antipaterus pretended not to see the smile on Aristaeus' lips as he watched Asuna leave. He said seriously, "Brother, I have an important matter this time. Please help me decide." Aristaeus immediately became serious. "Let's talk in my study. Brother, I want to respond to His Majesty the Devers' call and follow the army to Latin," Antipaterus said solemnly in the study. It turned out that the Devers were not only offering opportunities to the merchants who donated food to the kingdom, but also to the senators of the Senate and the officials of the kingdom who had no suitable positions and could only take up idle positions. They hoped that they would volunteer to follow the army to Latin and take up various public positions in the conquered territories in the future so that they could better stabilize the occupied territories. Aristaeus did not seem surprised, nor did he show a trace of surprise on his face. He simply asked softly, "Why did you choose to go to Latin?" "Brother, as you know, I returned to Thurii after my position as Hyrnian's governor expired. The kingdom's official management council had a good evaluation of my performance in Hyrnian, but I lost to Bagul in the election for the position of Cosenza's governor. Now that the governors and other senior positions in the various cities of the kingdom have been filled, I don't know when I will be able to take up my post again. So I thought, why not follow His Majesty the Devers to Latin?" Antipaterus revealed his true thoughts. "Isn't the position of Castellan's governor still empty?" Aristaeus asked. "Can the governor of Castellan still be called the governor? I don't want to have a Lysias above me telling me what to do." Antipaterus shook his head. "A few years ago, the Devers established the region of Thurii to consolidate resources and highlight the central position of Thurii in the kingdom. Abyssinia, Castellan, and Amendola were all incorporated into this region, and their governors were under the jurisdiction of the governor of Thurii. Lysias had been the governor of Thurii for many years and had a high reputation. Most of the governors dared not disobey his orders. Actually, after Your Majesty proposed this plan in the Senate, I wanted to suggest that you go to Latin, but I didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly." Aristaeus had a gratified expression on his face. Although he rarely contacted Antipaterus, he had always been paying attention to his brother's performance in the political arena. "You also support me to go?" Antipaterus was a little more determined when he heard this, but he still said worriedly, "What I'm worried about now is that Latin is too far from the center of the kingdom, and its location is remote. If I serve in that place, I won't get much attention, and if I stay there for too long, I'll miss other good opportunities. Besides, that area is full of foreigners, and it's not adjacent to the kingdom. I'm afraid it's not easy to govern, and if there's a riot—" Aristaeus listened to his brother's words carefully and said slowly, "You don't have to worry about not getting attention there. As far as I know, His Majesty attaches far more importance to Rome than you can imagine. Long before the war in southern Italy, he asked me to set up an information channel for Rome. After the war in southern Italy, he increased the investment in intelligence gathering in Rome and asked me to report to him about Latin every month. In the second half of last year, His Majesty even asked me to report to him as soon as there's any new situation in Rome. Do you know that there's a map of Italy and Sicily made out of clay in the military conference room in the palace? I know, and I heard that it's very exquisite." Antipaterus nodded and replied, "Among all the models of the other cities, the model of Rome is the largest, and the only one made out of red clay. It's very eye-catching. From this, it can be seen that His Majesty attaches more importance to Rome than to Carthage. That's why he brought you, the administrative officials, for this expedition. This has never happened before. I'm afraid he's thinking of turning Rome and the Latin alliance into the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia, so you don't have to worry about not getting attention from the kingdom." When Aristaeus said this, Antipaterus was no longer worried. He understood that as long as he got the attention of the King of Devers, the resources of the kingdom would be heavily invested in Latin, and his safety would be guaranteed. "Antipaterus," Aristyras said with a serious look. Since you've chosen to take the risk instead of settling for mediocrity, then don't be afraid of difficulties when you're in Latin. You have to understand the living customs of the various races in that area, work hard to figure out how to govern the area, and build up your reputation there. When the Latin region is fully integrated into the kingdom, you must become the senator who knows the place the best. In this way, if there's any vacancy of an important position or an important problem in Latin, His Majesty will think of you first, just like Bagul of Lucania and Sidorum of Brutty. You've already missed a great opportunity in Catanai more than a decade ago. Don't miss it again this time. Antiphorus understood what his brother meant by missed opportunity. Back then, when Dionia had just occupied the southeast of Sicily, he, who was born and raised in Catanai, successfully led the rebellion against Syracuse, and thus became a senator of the Senate and the chief executive of Catanai. He should have gradually developed on this basis, and become the spokesperson of Sicily in the kingdom and an influential figure in the Senate, but he eventually screwed up because of his lack of administrative experience. Aristyras' expectations both pressured and excited him. He said in a low voice, "Brother, don't worry, I won't miss it easily this time." February in Turiae had entered the rainy season. It had been drizzling for almost a whole day, moistening the whole city, making people who were ready to go home after a busy day still feel happy. The drought that swept through Greece last year had increased people's appreciation and love for rain. Chapter 751. Plica, who was returning to the city from the port court, seemed a little preoccupied. According to his usual habits, he would stop for a while at the port market he passed by, because the market at dusk was always filled with a carnival atmosphere. Acrobatics, dancing, magic tricks, funny performances, all kinds of entertainment attracted tourists to stop and watch, while the small vendors displayed all kinds of exquisite and strange handicrafts, or all kinds of fragrant food, shouting at each other to attract customers. From dusk to dusk, the port market was the world of street performers and small vendors, and it was also a good place for the tourists to stroll after dinner. In the past, Plica would stop here to listen to the singing of bards, taste the sea fish fried in olive oil, and buy some vanilla porridge that smelled of mint or thyme. But today, his footsteps did not stop, and he finally squeezed out of the market with great difficulty. In front of him was a group of magnificent temples, from the original Temple of Hera to the Temple of Hercules, the Temple of Apollo, and even the broody snow mountain goddess Umla, and the Lucanian protector Asin. This area was called the Land of the Gods by the tourist people. Even during the day, the temple was always lit, and there were many believers. Of course, it could not compare to the Temple of Hades. At dusk, most of the believers had dispersed, and the temple once again appeared majestic and empty. The chanting of the priests of the gods in the main hall penetrated through the thick stone walls and towering pillars, lingering in Plica's ears, calming him down a little, but he did not slow down. Only when he passed by the Temple of Hera did he stop, because he saw the pure white carriage and the fully armed palace guards parked in front of the temple. He knew that this was the princess of Dionia, the priestess of the Temple of Hera, Agnes, who was about to return home. In order to show respect, he stayed where he was, and many people did the same, watching the beautiful and kind princess smile and wave at them before getting on the carriage and leaving. Further north, he entered the outer city of Turris. There was once a foreign merchant who came to Turris to do business who said, "The inner city and outer city of Turris are like nobles and commoners. One embodies elegance and order, while the other shows liveliness and vitality. Both are so harmonious, and there is no conflict or contradiction." What this foreign merchant did not understand was that the formation of the inner city and outer city of Turris was not due to the difference in status, but due to the different time when the people of the inner city joined the kingdom. The people of the inner city joined the alliance of Dionia before the kingdom was founded, while the people of the outer city mainly joined after the kingdom was founded. Because the people of the inner city joined during the fledgling period of the alliance, they had more opportunities to participate in governing the alliance, obtain military achievements, and win rewards. Therefore, most of the people in the inner city were either elders, officials of the kingdom, or officers of the army. Of course, they also made great sacrifices for the survival and development of Dionia, and until now, a sixth of the people in the inner city had died in battle or were disabled. There were also many elders among the citizens of the outer city, and most of them joined after the kingdom was founded. They came from southern Greece, eastern Sicily, and the region of Apulia. There were also many citizens who became high-ranking officials and high-ranking officers of the kingdom through their own efforts, and Plica was one of them. This made many citizens, preparatory citizens, and free people who had just settled in the outer city did not envy those big shots. Instead, they hoped to become them through their own effort. In fact, the outer city was not chaotic. With the restraint of the laws of Dionia and the strict management of the Department of Inspection, the people who wanted to develop in the kingdom would generally not break the law and create obstacles for their own future. Therefore, the order in the outer city was better than many Greek city-states. However, there were too many people in the outer city, and their members were complicated. Other than the citizens of the kingdom, free people, Greeks from other city-states, there were also other races from various places. Therefore, it was more difficult to manage, and some conflicts were inevitable. This was also the headache of being a judge in Turris. The affairs were too complicated and trivial. Usually, when Plica walked on the streets of the outer city, he liked to observe the people who gathered and chatted on both sides of the road to determine who were the citizens of Dionia and who were the foreigners, their respective professions, where they came from, and what their characteristics were. Perhaps it was the occupational disease of a judge. After a long period of observation, he had summed up some experience in recognizing people, but when the people of Dionia were together with the foreigners, he could tell at a glance without thinking too much. Because the citizens of Dionia were physically strong and walked like a tiger, this was because they often ate meat and went through military training all year round. Also, they always dressed neatly when they went out, always wearing leather sandals on their feet. On the one hand, they listened to the doctor's advice to prevent unnecessary injuries and colds. Many citizens of Greek city-states went barefoot. On the other hand, the bourdon they wore could be decorated with various metals, which became an important capital for them to gain respect and show off. In addition, they spoke loudly, laughed heartily, and were optimistic in nature as if no difficulties could baffle them. This might be the bearing of a citizen of a big country. Of course, their Greek language, which was a blend of many ethnic cultures in the country, also made it a little difficult for tourists from other Greek city-states to understand. Plica's home was next to the Persephone Arena. It was almost March, and the football games in various cities of the kingdom had begun. The carnival of the fans had arrived, but the people who lived near the arena would inevitably be disturbed by the noise during the day, so the residential land near the arena was not favored, and the price was very low. But for Plica, who had become a citizen of Dionia not long ago, he had no more choice. When he walked near his home, he had to stop again and return greetings to the neighbors who took the initiative to greet him. Only then did he put aside the troubles in his heart and savored the respect that his neighbors gave him. Yes, although he was born in a low place and was a domestic slave, he had fought his way up from the bottom through his own efforts and had become a probationary judge of the kingdom. In the law-based kingdom of Dionia, a judge was undoubtedly one of the kingdom's public offices respected by the general public. When he passed by the alley, he heard several neighbors who had been incorporated into the Legion's reserve team talking excitedly about the army was about to go north to attack Latin, so he sped up his pace to go home. "You're back!" His wife greeted him and took Plica's satchel. Plica hummed and walked into the courtyard. "Master!" The two slaves, a man and a woman, greeted him respectfully. Plica nodded with a serious expression and walked to the main house. The reason why the place he lived in was not built into a 2-story building was because he did not have enough money when he got married. Later, he managed to save some money and was ready to rebuild it, but his wife was pregnant. He was busy and had to buy a female slave to take care of her. Then, he saved money to buy a male slave at the beginning of last year, thinking that he would be responsible for taking care of his own land. He did not expect that the drought would delay him for more than half a year, and he was almost not used. "Where's the child?" Plica asked with concern as he walked. Amelia took him out to play for the whole afternoon, and he was sleepy when he came back. He drank some porridge and is sleeping soundly now. His wife said, then asked, "Oh, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat it while it's hot?" Plica nodded. His wife, Kusnia, quickly directed the female slaves to bring dinner to the table. Plica looked down and saw that the dinner was pumpkin and pea oatmeal, and there was even a large pot of it. He immediately frowned. It was not that he was picky, but he had been eating this thing for a month, and he was a little tired of it. Seeing that her husband was a little dissatisfied, Kusnia quickly said, "There is still some sheep's milk and cheese at home. Do you want me to bring it up?" Plica knew that the sheep's milk and cheese were reserved for the child, so he waved his hand. "Do you want me to go to the market tomorrow and buy some wheat, grind it into flour, and make bread?" Kusnia said again. "There's going to be a war soon, and the price of wheat on the market is not cheap now. There's no need to spend that money. There are still so many beans and pumpkins in the cellar that haven't been eaten. If we don't eat them quickly, they will go bad." Plica said and sighed in his heart. The drought for more than half a year had almost used up his savings. If it weren't for the vegetables that were harvested after replanting in his field, I'm afraid he would have to go to the bank for a loan to buy food. It's already good enough that there's food now. Thinking of this, he scooped up a big spoonful of sticky porridge and stuffed it into his mouth. "I have good news for you. We have planted all the wheat in the field today," Kusnia said loudly to make her husband happy. As a citizen of Dionia, Plica owned 5 acres of land. Compared to many old citizens, his land was too little, but it was not easy to take care of these few acres of land. Obviously, the male slave he bought played a great role, which strengthened the decision in his heart. "Kusnia, I have something to tell you." Plica looked up at his wife and said solemnly, "I've decided to follow the army led by His Majesty to raid him. You're just a reserve soldier. You haven't even entered the Legion's reserve team. Will they let you go?" Kusnia thought that her husband wanted to join the battle. She did not panic, but was a little confused. "I'm not going to fight with the aliens. His Majesty has called us idle public servants to volunteer to follow the army to raid him and participate in the governance of the occupied area. I've decided to sign up." Chapter 752. Go to Latin to be a judge? Kusnia was stunned and inexplicably felt a little flustered. Latin is so far away from us, and there's a war going on. It's not safe for you to be a judge there. And the child is still so young, and I'm taking care of him alone at home. Nia, I know that if I go to Latin, it will be more difficult for you to be alone. Plica said solemnly, but this is a good opportunity for me. I have been a trainee judge for half a year, and now I've been working as an assistant in the court. I'm afraid it will take me 2 or 3 years to become a formal judge. And if I want to be the presiding judge of a town, I have to see if there are any vacancies. I'm a slave who was captured by the kingdom. I don't have a rich family to rely on, nor do I have a high-status former master to help me. I can only rely on myself. I can only do things that others are not willing to take the risk to do. Although it's dangerous to go to Latin, I may be directly in charge of a town's court. If I perform well, I may even get the attention of His Majesty the Devers who are fighting in Latin. Maybe one day, I can also be like Lord Tritodmos, wearing a white robe with black edges, referring to becoming a senator. Kusnia looked at her husband in a daze. She knew that her husband had been working very hard, but she never knew that her slightly tanned and thin Libyan husband had such a great ambition. In the residence of the leader of Abenelum, Gurney had just sent off the envoy of Dionia, Koreas, when his trusted aide, Myone, entered the living room. Seeing Gurney leaning on the wooden chair with a heavy heart, Myone asked hurriedly, "Leader, did the envoy of Dionia come this time to ask us to attack Leskok?" To be honest, since the Samanai people declared war on the kingdom of Dionia, the Abenelum people who were caught in the middle were the most uncomfortable. The high priest of the Samanai tribal alliance also personally came to Abenelum to reiterate the ancient sacred tradition of Samanai to Gurney. After seeing Gurney swear a heavy oath in the name of Savone, he left with peace of mind. Therefore, the Abenelum were very worried that the Dionia would ask them to attack their own people, which would force them to break the ancient tradition and be despised by all the Simonians. Gurney shook his head. "The people of Dionia didn't ask me to attack Leskok, nor did they ask us to pass through. Since the people of Dionia understand us so well, what are you worried about, chief?" Myone asked doubtfully. Gurney sighed. "The people of Dionia believe that Leskok has always been unfriendly to Dionia and was the one who started the war. Not only did he bring harm to Dionia, but he also brought disaster to the people of Hilpini. They hope that I can oust Leskok from power and become the leader of Hilpini, restoring peace between Hilpini and Dionia." Mahoney's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Chief, this is great news. With the support of Dionia, you can easily take back the position of the leader of Hilpini that should have belonged to you." Gurney smiled bitterly. "Mahoney, this is against tradition. Moreover, Leskok has the full support of the other leaders and high priests of the other tribes. His position as the leader is very stable." "Tradition?" Mahoney snorted angrily. "Back then, Leskok insisted on moving the tribes to our Abenelum territory and directly arranged for them to be leaders. Isn't this against tradition? If Leskok can do this, why can't we? It's precisely because he has the support of the other leaders and high priests that he has tried to oust you many times. If it wasn't for the help of the people of Dionia, the Abenelum would have long been occupied by the people of Benventum. This time, he took advantage of the war between Dionia and Carthage to incite the other tribes to wage war against Dionia. If the people of Dionia are defeated, Chief, I'm afraid we can only escape to Dionia with our people." Hearing this, Gurney's face showed a hint of ruthlessness, but he said hesitantly, "I also want to oust Leskok from his position as the leader of Hilpini. But how do we do it? Do we really want to take advantage of the fact that Benventum is defenseless and launch a surprise attack? Chief, that will only increase the hatred and rejection of us by the Hilpini tribe and the other tribes." Mahoney stepped forward and suggested, "Leskok incited the other tribes to wage war against Dionia. Up until now, he has not reaped any benefits. Instead, he has lost many of his warriors. Don't these tribes have any complaints against him? Especially our Hilpini. I heard that thousands of our people have been captured. Now that the people of Dionia support you as the leader of Hilpini, I think they should hand over these thousands of people to you." Gurney's heart stirred when he heard this. He pondered for a while, then said cautiously, "We need to discuss this properly. Also, go tell the envoy of Dionia to stay in Abenelum for 2 more days. I have something to discuss with him." While Koreas was on his way to Abenelum, Topyrus also came to the city of Niconia in the Campania region. He also expressed to Quinduk, the leader of Coltini, who was on friendly terms with Dionia, that Dionia was willing to support him as the leader of Coltini. Quinduk had always been at odds with Segovani, and had repeatedly claimed that Segovani had used trickery to take away the position that should have belonged to him. However, when Topyrus faced him, Quinduk made it clear that Niconia was not willing to declare war against the friendly alliance of Dionia, nor was it willing to violate tradition by killing its own people. Niconia would remain neutral in this war. The Devers got out of bed at daybreak. Agnes woke up immediately as well. It's still early. Sleep a little longer. The Devers pulled the blanket over her with concern. How can I sleep when you're leaving so soon? Agnes grumbled, then shouted outside. The female slaves who had been waiting outside immediately brought clean water and a washcloth. The two of them washed up and put on their clothes. Agnes sat in front of the dressing table and combed her hair, tying it into a bun. The Devers went forward and helped her tie the hair tie. Your Majesty, this is Little Crow's first time on the battlefield. You must take good care of him. Agnes reminded him worriedly. With him by my side, he won't be in any danger. Don't worry. The Devers smiled and comforted her. Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself too. Agnes turned around and gazed at him with concern. The Devers nodded and bent down to kiss her beautiful and smooth cheek affectionately. The couple quietly went downstairs and came to the dining room. They saw that Crystal, Stoya, and Clotho Catax were already waiting there. Clotho, did you sleep well last night? The Devers asked with a smile. Father, I couldn't fall asleep at first. Later, I was too sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. In the morning, it was Mother who came to wake me up. Clotho Catechus embarrassedly said. You're much stronger than when I first went on the battlefield. I couldn't sleep the whole night. The Devers encouraged him with self-mockery. Clotho, you're following your father into battle this time. What's there to be nervous about? Stoya interrupted from the side. Mother, I'm not nervous. I'm excited. I can finally step onto the real battlefield. Clotho Catax blushed as he tried to explain himself. What's the difference between being nervous and excited? Stoya couldn't help but retort. Let's eat breakfast first. The porridge is getting cold. Agnes hurriedly interrupted. Hurry up and eat. Marcius and Herneapolis are still waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. The Devers finished speaking, and the dining room regained its silence. Clotho Catax quickly drank a bowl of oatmeal and a bowl of goat's milk. He finished a large honey bun and a fried fish. Agnes had no choice but to stop him. Don't be in such a hurry, eat slowly. Clotho Catax finished his breakfast in one go and walked out of the dining room. He received his armor from the head of internal affairs, Ribazat, and began to wear it. In the dining room, the Devers was still consoling his two wives, assuring them that he would take good care of their son. Very soon, the Devers had also put on his armor. He handed the helmet with the long black feathered crown to his son, and then hugged and kissed his two wives goodbye. When Eunice, Abalus, Bryance, and Avia wake up, tell them that I'll bring them many gifts when I return from Latin. The Devers said with a smile and mounted his horse. Mother, Agnes, Mother, I'm leaving. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Clotho Catax also went forward to hug them and bid them goodbye obediently. He then mounted his horse. Under the protection of 10 palace guards, the group rode down the mountain. Christopha and Agnes watched the father and son leave, unwilling to return to the house for a long time. The sky was now dark, and the full moon was still hanging in the sky. A few stars could be faintly seen. The cold air of the early morning drove away the sleepiness, and made Clotho Catax full of energy. He couldn't help but ask, Father, when we reach Latin, will I have the chance to go into battle and kill the enemy? The Devers had obviously considered this question, and answered without hesitation, yes. Clotho Catax could tell that the Devers weren't being perfunctory, so he became even more excited. He took the lead and rushed forward, and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Literary Hall. Chapter 753. Your Majesty! The 3 trusted aides of the King of Dionia, head of the palace guards Marcius, clerk Herneapolis, and herald Aristyras, were already waiting respectfully in front of the checkpoint. Sorry to keep you waiting. The Devers jumped off the war horse and looked at Marcius. Have the guards of the palace and the mansion been arranged while I'm away? According to the report I gave you last time, half of the soldiers, 250, were left behind under the command of Xenophanes to protect the palace and the king's hill, as well as the safety of the concubines and princes, Marcius replied. The Devers nodded and walked towards Xenophanes, who was standing behind the three men. "I'll leave the safety of my family in your hands," he said sincerely. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll complete the task you've given me." Xenophanes saluted confidently. The Devers subconsciously glanced at his left hand. Xenophanes saluted with his left hand. He was a member of the Persia Expeditionary Force, a high-ranking officer of the 1st Legion, and a good friend of the current 9th Legion's commander, Tegthenos. More than a decade ago, when the 1st Legion landed in Sicily and fought against the Allied forces of Syracuse, his right hand was severely injured and became disabled after treatment failed. Based on this situation, he should have retired from the army, but he strongly expressed his desire to stay in the army. After several twists and turns, the Devers finally selected him to join the Palace Guards as a team officer. After all, the chances of the Palace Guards killing enemies were very low, and he did not need to do it himself. Instead, he needed to bring his rich combat experience and strict military discipline to the Palace Guard. Until now, his performance had been outstanding, which was why the Devers agreed with Marcius to give him the responsibility of staying behind. The Devers patted his shoulder forcefully to show his expectation, then turned and walked towards Aristyras. Although the Devers stared at him without saying a word, Aristyras understood the king's expectations of him. While he was away, Aristyras would closely monitor the entire kingdom, work closely with the palace guards and patrol to ensure the stability of the royal authority and the safety of his family, and report to him immediately if there were any abnormalities. Aristyras solemnly saluted the Devers again. Everything was said without words. The Devers finally looked at Henneborus and asked softly, "Henneborus, are you ready to write a wonderful book called Battle Chronicles of Raiden?" "Your Majesty, I've prepared enough papyrus and pens," Henneborus replied cleverly, making the Devers laugh loudly. "Depart," he said in a deep voice. "Depart, Henneborus of soldiers." Divers was accompanied by Clodo, Catax, and Henneborus. Under the saluting gazes of Aristyras, Xenophanes, and the rest of the palace guards, they galloped towards the north gate. "Salute!" The guard at the north gate shouted excitedly. The sentries hurriedly turned the noose, opened the city gate, and stood straight on both sides. "Thank you for your hard work, Timaeus." The Devers called out the garrison officer's name accurately and gave him a proper military salute. This made the garrison officer and the sentries very excited. The Devers had set off so early because most of the tourists had just woken up. There were few pedestrians on the streets of the outskirts of the city, so it was almost unobstructed. The rumbling of the horses' hooves broke the silence of the outer city. When the curious residents came out to take a look, the cavalrymen had already left. "It's the palace guards." The people made an accurate judgment based on the attire of the soldiers. "His Majesty the Devers must be inside." "Devers, His Majesty has gone to the barracks so early. Let's not dawdle. Let's quickly finish our breakfast and rush to the barracks to send off the army." This time, because there were too many soldiers, it had exceeded the capacity of the Victory Square in the city of Turis, so the final assembly point and departure point of the army was set at the Turis barracks. At dawn, the Devers arrived at the Turis barracks. At the commander's residence, he gathered several ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, as well as Matones, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Olivers, the commander of the Legio IV, Georges, the commander of the 5th Legion, Trotyras, the commander of the Legio VI, and Izamu, the commander of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. He asked them about the enlistment of the troops, the morale of the soldiers, the weapons and equipment they carried, whether they had brought 5 days' worth of rations, whether the auxiliary troops were full, the maintenance of the siege and defense equipment, and whether the supply teams were sufficient. While the Devers were discussing with the generals about the expedition, Clodo Catax met with the staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs under the guidance of Tormid. They were all officers who had performed well in their respective armies, and were then transferred to the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs to study for a year or two. Therefore, they were all around the age of 25 or 26. Clodocatax had been in the Ministry of Military Affairs for more than a year and knew most of them. Although he was a prince, he had an amiable personality and quickly got along with them. Everyone excitedly talked about their expectations for the war. In such a lively atmosphere, Clodocatax had completely forgotten that he had planned to visit his brother Adorus at the encampment of the 2nd Legion before he set off. But in fact, even if he went, he would not be able to talk to Adorus. At this time, the soldiers in the barracks had already been awakened by the sound of the bugle. After they quickly finished their breakfast, they skillfully wrapped their armor and rations into a bundle and hung it on a special wooden staff. They wore only short-sleeved inner shirts and had short swords tied to their waists. Their shields, spears, and javelins were all handed over to the supply camp of the Legion for transportation. This way, it would be easier for them to cross the mountains in the future. At dawn, most of the senators of the kingdom's Senate had also arrived at the barracks. Among them, the 5 Senate chairmen, Cornelus, Sidorum, Vespa, Lysias, and Antares, came to see off the king of Devers and the army. They also came to declare to him that during his expedition, they would do their best to ensure the stability of the kingdom's affairs. On the other hand, a small number of senators, such as Assists, Antares, Nicomachus, and Tryphias, were preparing to follow the army to Latin. In fact, they could have boarded the large number of grain transport ships that departed from the port yesterday, bypassing the Strait of Messina and heading to Wolsey. But even the most honorable king of Devers had to march with the army. Of course, they could not appear to be afraid of the hardship and leave a bad impression on the ruler of the kingdom. So, they would follow the supply convoy to the north. At dawn, the Devers faced nearly 40,000 soldiers on the large field of the Turin barracks for a pre-expedition rally. Clodocatax, who had experienced such a grand and solemn occasion for the first time, listened to his father's speech. After listening to his father's speech, Clodocatax was also overwhelmed with emotions. Together with the soldiers who were in high spirits, he raised his arms and shouted, "Victory to the king of Devers! Victory to the kingdom of Dionia!" When the army began to leave the barracks, the people of the kingdom, especially the people of Turin, were already waiting on both sides of the road. Just like in the past, they used kind cheers and sincere blessings to send their loved ones off to the battlefield, winning glory and generous rewards for the kingdom. The farewell procession stretched all the way to the town of Mountain Pass. Along the way, the cheers never stopped. There were even petals sprinkling on the ground. It was as if they had returned victorious. This is why the kingdom is strong. The Devers, who rode in the middle of the procession, whispered to his son who was following beside him. Clodocatax looked at the cheering people on both sides of the road and nodded with deep emotion. At the beginning of March, 14th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 379 BC, the king of Devers personally led the 2nd Legion, Legio IV, Legio V, Legio VI, part of the 1st Cavalry Legion, and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, a total of 40,000 people. They marched westward through the mountains and arrived at Laos. After that, they boarded the ships in batches and headed for the region of Latin. In fact, this team also included some of the elders and low-ranking officials of the kingdom, about 200 people, engineers, craftsmen, blacksmiths, a team of about 600 people made up of the engineers, craftsmen, blacksmiths, and so on. There were also the transport team and the pack team, which were mainly made up of countless preparatory citizens. Therefore, the whole team was huge and bloated. In addition, the merchants of Turin and Ligwim took their own ships, fully loaded with military provisions, and passed through the Strait of Messina. They took a detour to the west coast of Italy and prepared to rendezvous with the army of King of Devers in Latin. While the Devers army was marching towards Latin, the Sparta in Greece was gathering troops, planning to regain control of the Thebes. At the same time, the Council of Elders also learned that the people of Athens were directly involved in the riot of the Thebes. This surprised and worried them. After all, if the two powerful states of central Greece were to unite again, the plan of Sparta to dominate Greece would be greatly hindered. Therefore, the two censors of Sparta immediately rushed to Athens and questioned the people of Athens in an aggressive manner. "Are you going to tear up the great king's peace treaty and start a war with Sparta?" Although the people of Athens were dissatisfied with Sparta and secretly helped the people of Thebes to rebel, not only did Sparta recover its strength with the support of Persia, but it also stopped the war in Asia Minor and poured all its power into the struggle for supremacy in Greece. The city-states of Greece felt great pressure. The Peloponnesus Peninsula was completely under its control. Even Corinth and Argos were obedient and did not dare to do anything unusual. The city-states of northern Greece had become its allies, and central Greece was in a mess because of it. Chapter 754. In such a situation, the people of Athens did not think that they and the Thebes alone could fight against the powerful Sparta. After an urgent consultation between the General Executive Committee and the Senate, the people of Athens chose to compromise in front of the aggressive Sparta censor. They immediately recalled the two generals of Athens who were fighting against the Thebes and held a general assembly to try them. The charge was that the two of them shouldered important public duties in Athens, but without the permission of the Athens government, they rashly entered the Thebes to fight against the Sparta, putting Athens in danger. This is a dereliction of duty and treason. Although the vast majority of the citizens of Athens supported the actions of the two generals in their hearts, they really did not want to start a war with the powerful Sparta at this time. Therefore, against their will, they voted in favor of the two generals and carried out the most severe punishment, execution, in order to appease the anger of the Sparta people. The Sparta censor returned with satisfaction. After the Council of Elders learned of the actions of Athens, they also felt relieved. Now they only needed to focus on their only enemy, the Thebes. When the news of the crushing defeat of the Carthage army and the defeat of the Iberian navy reached Carthage, it shocked the people. What saddened the leaders of Carthage was that the sacred army had suffered heavy losses. While the families were crying over the death and injury of their elite children, they were also extremely angry at the incompetence of the army commander, Mont Ardino. They clamored to remove Mont Ardino from his position and bring him back to Carthage. Through the trial of the 100 people, they would execute the cruel crucifixion on him to relieve the hatred in their hearts. The hands and feet of the criminal would be nailed to a wooden cross by iron nails and left to be exposed to the sun to bleed to death. Under the circumstances of public anger, Hanno did not defend Mont Ardino and let the Senate pass the resolution. After the Carthage Senate passed this issue, they began a heated discussion on how to deal with the Dionysian army, which was taking advantage of the victory in Sicily and marching westward. One of the new Sufetes, Ocradon, mustered up his courage and suggested softly, "Everyone, it seems that Dionia's army and navy are very powerful. Carthage did not make sufficient preparations and rashly went to war with Dionia. Now, can we first consider making peace with Dionia to rescue the captured citizens of Carthage? At the same time, we can prevent the western part of Sicily from being completely occupied by Dionia." As soon as Ocradon said this, the Senate was in an uproar. Pretacuba immediately stood up and retorted loudly, "The war has only been going on for a month, and our Carthage is going to surrender?" I could not believe that such a ridiculous suggestion came from the mouth of the Honorable Sophie, whom we elected. We, Carthage, are not a small city-state. We are the leader of all the Phoenician city-states in the western Mediterranean. We control vast areas such as Sardinia, Corsica, Namibia, and southern Iberia. We monopolize the precious metal trade of the entire western Mediterranean. We are the most powerful and richest country in the western Mediterranean. But you want us to surrender to Dionia, which has been founded for less than 20 years. What will the people in the areas we control, our affiliated city-states, and our allies think. They will think that Carthage is not strong enough. They will leave us and even blow the horn of war against us, like the Namibians. Therefore, since the war with Dionia has begun, we must fight until we win." Pretacuba's thought-provoking words moved many of the elders. At this time, Tapenrako stood up and said solemnly, "I think Lord Ochredon and every senator here want Carthage to defeat Dionia, but the current situation is, the army of Dionia is strong. They dispatched fewer troops than us, but they were able to defeat our army. Their navy also has the upper hand. We must admit that Dionia is stronger than us in terms of military strength. We are not ready yet, and we should not have rashly started a war with Dionia at this time. But because some people incited the people for their personal interests, Carthage fell into such a difficult situation today. I think we should first investigate these people who created the war and put them on trial. Only then can we ensure that the Senate will not fall into chaos when it comes to future bills." As soon as Tapenrako finished speaking, Pretacuba immediately retorted, "My lords, is it really because the soldiers of Carthage are not brave enough, our army is not strong enough, and our navy is not good enough? No. It's because our generals are not good enough. They were both fighting in Sicily, but why was the Iberian army led by Hasdrubal able to capture Sorodium, while Mont Adano had a large army, but was defeated by Minoa city? I heard that after Monteardino arrived in Lille, he enjoyed fine wine every day and searched for beautiful women everywhere. He never went to the barracks to understand his troops and soldiers. During the attack on Minoa city, he never personally went to the battlefield to supervise the battle. He even hid in his big tent to drink and enjoy himself. How could such an incompetent commander inspire the fighting spirit of his soldiers? How could he formulate the right battle plan to defeat the people of Dionia? So, it is absolutely right to sentence Mont Adano to the cross. Mont Adano deserves to die." A senator shouted angrily. Then, many senators also spoke in agreement to express their resentment towards him. Even Hanno was extremely dissatisfied with Mont Adano in his heart. He hated that he had misjudged Mont Adano and caused the whole political situation to be unfavorable to him. In the midst of the noise, someone asked loudly, "Pretacuba, since you said that Carthage lost to Dionia because of the incompetence of their commander, then who do you think can lead the army of Carthage and defeat the people of Dionia?" Hanno immediately turned around and found that the person who spoke was a senator from Maganid's faction. He could not help but curse, "Shameless!" Pretacuba immediately said loudly, "Senators, I think you have all heard of the Lusitanians in the western part of the Iberian Peninsula and the Celts in the northern mountains. Although most of the Carthage senators had not been to Iberia, over the past decade or so, following Margo's conquest of the southern part of Iberia, they also learned a lot about the situation on the Iberian Peninsula. It was said that these two races were close relatives of the southern Iberians, but they were more savage and fierce than them. They lived by killing and took pride in dying in battle. Seeing that the attention of many senators was attracted by him, Pretacuba said solemnly, "These two Iberian natives have invaded the southern territory of Iberia under the jurisdiction of Governor Margo several times, but were repelled by his army. You must know that in the Carthage army in Iberia, there are not only mercenaries, but also many Carthage militia and Phoenician allies. Such a mixed army can defeat such a fierce enemy and conquer such a large piece of land for Carthage. Why is it that the more elite Sacred Corps and more soldiers of Carthage were defeated by the Dionysian army which outnumbered us?" Pretacuba looked around at the crowd and said in a powerful voice, "That's because only a commander like a lion can lead an army as brave as a lion. As for a commander who is as weak as a lamb, even if you give him elite soldiers, he will not be able to display their bravery and fierceness. Sirs, the matter is obvious. Now in Carthage, the only person who can lead the army like a lion to victory in the war against Dionia can only be Governor Margo of Iberia. Although many people knew that Pretacuba would eventually say the name Margot, when he said it, no one refuted it for a while. Even his opponents had to admit that in terms of military ability and achievements, no one could compare with Margot. For more than 10 years, the Carthage people had not been living in a state of peace and tranquility. They actively conquered the inland areas of Namibia south of Carthage. After the conquest, they would suppress the rebellions of the Namibians from time to time. However, the various tribes of Namibia had been under the economic control, cultural infiltration, alienation, and bribery of the Carthage people for hundreds of years. It was impossible to organize a unified alliance to fight against the attack of the Carthage people. Therefore, the intensity of the war was never great, far from the difficulties encountered by Margot alone when he led the army to conquer the unfamiliar southern Iberia. That was why Monteadino, who had performed well on the battlefield of Namibia, was defeated by the Dionia people as soon as he came to Sicily. Unfortunately, most of the troops led by Margot are not Carthage and Phoenicians. Ocradon said faintly. He was talking about the problem that many senators were worried about before. At this time, Pretacuba sneered, "Doesn't Lord Margot want to have more Carthage citizen soldiers? No. It's because we can't provide enough citizens to conquer the indigenous people of Iberia. What's more, now we're facing Dionia, a kingdom that can organize more than 100,000 public militia troops at one time. Can our Carthage do it? We can't. We'll even be sad if we lose a few thousand holy knights. How can we compete with Dionia? We can only rely on mercenaries and foreign troops. Everyone knows that Sparta has few citizens. For hundreds of years, they have relied on allied soldiers to fight against foreign troops and become the overlord of Greece. They have never been worried about the foreign troops under their command. And Persia, when did they not lead more foreign troops than their own soldiers? But it was precisely because of this that Persia was able to establish a strong and prosperous kingdom. What's more, when Lord Hamilco led the army to attack Syracuse more than a decade ago, there were also many Namibians, Celts, and other foreign tribes in the army. Why do we have to worry about these foreign troops who help us fight and maintain the prestige of Carthage in the western Mediterranean? Is it because our hearts have become weak and can't adapt to the strength of Carthage? Hanno scoffed at Pretacuba's last rhetorical question. Of course, he was not afraid because most of the Iberian troops were mercenaries and foreign troops, but because the salaries of these troops were not provided by the institutions under the jurisdiction of Carthage Senate. They were directly paid by the Maginid family with the wealth they earned on the Iberian Peninsula. In this sense, the Iberian troops were the private troops of the Maginid family. This was what Hanno was worried about. Chapter 755. Hanno believed that many of the neutral senators opposed Margot as the commander of the Carthaginian army because of this reason. However, this reason could not be announced because Margot had complained to the Senate many times over the years, saying that the Iberian natives were numerous and fierce. The army had suffered too many losses, so he had no choice but to expand. He also asked Carthage to increase the soldiers' pay to ensure their morale. Hanno encouraged the Senate to agree to Margot's expansion of the army, but with the excuse of the constant war in Namibia, the treasury is tight. He always delayed the payment of salaries and asked Margot to find a way himself. At that time, Hanno gloated that even if Margot was not defeated by the Iberian natives, it would lead to mercenary riots due to lack of money and food. Unexpectedly, Margot survived. Not only did he conquer the vast area of southern Iberia, but his family also lived a comfortable life. When Hanno thought of this, he regretted it. Many senators were not very clear about the inside story, but it was clear that some senators who did not belong to the two factions were thoughtful because of Pretacuba's words. Seeing this scene, Tepenlaco reluctantly reminded everyone, "Don't forget that the Dionians have captured many of our citizens. The army in Sicily is also in a difficult situation now. If we continue to fight, it will only make their situation more difficult. This is completely indifferent to the Carthaginian citizens, and it is irresponsible. I think proposing a truce at this time to let Daionia concentrate on destroying its strong enemies in the north, Rome and Samni, thereby expanding its territory, increasing its population, and increasing the strength of the kingdom again, is the most irresponsible approach to Carthage. If we choose to compromise, not only will Carthage bear the charge of betraying an ally, but we will also miss a great opportunity to unite with the allies and jointly attack Daionia. It will make Daionia, which is already difficult to deal with, even more difficult to deal with. Aukradin, do you think Daionia will forgive us for tearing up the agreement and provoking the war just because of our truce? Think of Tarentum. Think of Syracuse. By that time, Daionia, which had stabilized the north, would organize an army of more than 100,000 to attack the west of Sicily. After occupying it, they would send their navy to transport troops to land in Africa and attack this place. Attack Carthage. Pretacuba pointed to the ground, looked around at the crowd, and said in a low voice, "Everyone, if you want Carthage to become a free city in the kingdom of Daionia, then send someone to negotiate for peace." Pretacuba's words actually caused the noisy hall to suddenly fall silent. After a while, Okerton said angrily, "I object. Pretacuba, this was malicious slander. All I ask for is a temporary truce, for the sake of rescuing our captured citizens." Aukradin's stuttering words made Hanno frown. He knew that he could no longer remain silent. He could not let his side, which was already in a difficult situation, fall into the awkward situation of being criticized by others. So, he stood up. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Whether it is Okerton's request for a temporary peace with Daionia or Pretacuba's insistence on continuing the war, everyone is doing this for the benefit of Carthage. It's just that their views are somewhat different. Hanno's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Now, Carthage is in a difficult situation. The army has been defeated, its citizens have been captured, and the territory of Sicily is being invaded by Daionia. We should work together to overcome this difficulty, instead of quarreling here for personal grievances and ignoring the interests of the city. I suggest that we send messengers to Sicily and ask the people of Daionia to ransom our captured citizens. Even if we have to pay a large amount of food, we will not hesitate. At the same time, although I have had conflicts with Lord Margot in the past, in the face of the national interests of Carthage, personal gains and losses are nothing. Since Lord Pretacuba strongly recommended Margot to be the new commander of the army to fight against Daionia, and most of the senators here also think that he is the most suitable candidate, I have no objection to this. So, I suggest that the Senate appoint Margot as the new commander of Carthage's army to fight against Daionia in Sicily and win for Carthage." After Hanno finished speaking, Okerton was stunned, Pretacuba was suspicious, and the senators on both sides were surprised. Suddenly, the hall fell into a strange silence. Clap, clap, clap. Icy Aruba's applause broke the silence of the hall, and some of the senators also followed suit. In the face of a great enemy, the two political forces of Carthage were able to bridge the conflict and fight the enemy together. This was what all the senators who were worried about the safety of Carthage hoped to see, so they did not hesitate to give their applause to Hanno, completely forgetting that it was because Hanno refused Margot's participation in the war and personally appointed Montenegro as the commander of the army, which led to the fiasco. When the applause rang through the hall, Hanno breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had to make concessions to the Magonid family, he also temporarily avoided the criticism of some senators and regained the initiative. After Leotychides won the Battle of Minoa, he easily captured Carthage's camp and seized a large number of supplies, including, of course, mountains of grain, which greatly alleviated the shortage of food for Daonia's navy and army in Sicily. After the Daionia troops occupied Germ and enjoyed a hot spring bath, In order to prevent the isolated troops from being attacked, they all returned to Minoa under his orders. The next day, Leotychides began to reorganize the troops, treat the wounded, transport supplies. At the same time, he paid close attention to the enemy's movements. As a result, the intelligence sent back by the spies surprised him. Not all of Carthage's routed troops were holed up in Serenus. Most of them retreated to Lille, and only a small number stayed in Serenus, including the remaining soldiers of Carthage's Sacred Legion. Leotychides immediately realized that this was another favorable opportunity. In order to not scare away the enemy, he let 4,000 heavy infantry of the 8th Legion board a fleet and land on the beach west of Serenus under the protection of the navy warships to cut off the retreat of the routed troops. At the same time, he led 20,000 troops to advance west along the road by the sea. The ones who stayed behind in Serenus were the Sacred Legion led by Melifio and some of the Carthage militia. This was not Mont's original intention. It turned out that after the defeat in the Battle of Minoa, most of Carthage's routed troops fled to Serenus. After spending a night in fear and exhaustion, the dejected Mont wanted to continue leading his troops west, but Melifio clearly expressed his opposition. As Hanno's son-in-law, Melifio felt that this defeat would have a great impact on the Hanoverian faction. If he ignored the strong persuasion of his allies and abandoned his allies, allowing the Daionia to invade Carthage's territory, then he would not have a good ending after returning to Carthage. Besides, there were still many routed troops lost in the mountains, and they needed to stay in this city for a while, waiting for their return. At the end of the day, as a son of Carthage's noble family, Melifio had his own pride and persistence. As the defeat in this battle had lowered Mont's prestige, some of the routed troops were willing to stay behind with Melifio. After many times of persuasion to no avail, Mont angrily abandoned them and hurriedly retreated to Lille with his army, which was mainly made up of Namibians. In fact, Melifio was also very nervous, but when he learned that the Daionia had retreated from Germ, he breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to the routed troops that continued to flee back, the number of troops in Serenus had reached 3,000, which gave him some confidence. At this time, Melifio received news that a few thousand Dionysian army had landed on the west side of Serenus. While he was panicking, he also received urgent battle reports. The tens of thousands of Dionia's army had set off from Minoa, advancing quickly west along the coastal road. Melifio immediately realized that Serenus, where he was located, had become the first target of the Daionia army. What should I do? Melifio, who had just experienced a crushing defeat, fell into a dilemma. Should he retreat with his army before the enemy arrived? However, he had solemnly vowed to Monadino that he would defend Selinus. Now that he had escaped without even fighting a single battle, he did not know what kind of face Monadino would use to mock him. Stay and defend? With the 3,000 troops in the city and the citizens of Serenus, they might be able to hold on for a few months. However, some of Melifio's team officers objected. They believed that the soldiers had just experienced a defeat, and their morale was low. Moreover, the routed troops came from many troops, and it would be difficult to command a battle, not to mention tacit cooperation. More importantly, one of the team officers pointed out that in order to defend Serenus, there must be sufficient food supplies, and Serenus did not have enough food reserves, which might not be able to support the army for a long period of time. It turned out that when the Carthaginian army attacked the east and passed by Serenus, they took away the food stored in the city. As a result, during the Battle of Minoa, all the supplies stored in the Carthaginian camp were seized by the enemy. Melifio, who was inexperienced and worried about the war, suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. But at the same time, he had a reason to return to Lille and not be blamed. Just as Melifio was gathering his troops and preparing to retreat, the higher-ups of Serenus received the news and immediately came to dissuade him. Melifio had to spend some time to persuade them, but in the end, under the attack of Serenus's words and tears, he had no choice but to give up and send his soldiers to disperse them, preparing to force their way out of the city.